time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how would you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, oh, that's not.
Hello, and thank you for the wall of text. Kira, I'll get to it in a second. I think that's I think it would be really good for me to talk about that. To lead into what we're doing today. But before we get into what we're doing today, I want to preface what we're doing today with
hello underscore cheer heart : underscore cheer heart.
That just the general pleasantries that one must engage in as a live streamer, to address everybody in the room individually. It's weird, like, that I would do that. Why would I? Like, I go into a room full of people and I just start before I start saying anything or doing anything. Imagine if I had to address all of you by name. That's fucking weird. That's unheard of. That's insane.
I can always tell if I'm eating a left Twix because it doesn't taste right.
Thank you for your contribution. Yes, but like, imagine if you walked into a room of your not like. If it's your friends, it's your friends. But it could just be like,
happy
you know,
Mother's
you
Day
walk
to any
into an
mamas
audience.
in chat.
Real happy Mother's Day to any mothers, who would be
chairman.
listening right now.
Please Senti, how TF do you spell it? Anyway, hi all.
Pleasantries, PLEASANT.
It's like elementary class.
RIES. Should be that. It's weird. Like, why'd I have to roll call everyone? I guess if you think of it as a class and like, yeah, if you think of it more as a class, then it is like, I don't know, like a performance or just like a hangout session. It's less weird. Pleasantry, no, like, so SANT. I think should be the way to spell it. Pleasantries. I think. Happy Mother's Day to you because you are mother. No, I don't think I have mother energy. I don't really mother very much. I don't know if it's because of my, like, you know, masculine upbringing as, you know, a fellow assigned male at birth citizen, but I don't tend to dote a lot. And sometimes I come across a bit abrasive, and it's something I know because I know that that's the case though, and I know the effect it has on people. I temper myself, and I sort of soften my criticisms when it comes to like a general audience, and then when it's like someone I might have a bit more rapport with and I'm a bit more familiar with.
You would make a restaurant manger because you forget half your employees' names.
Well, I'd be really good because I forget all of them. Digital ratio coded, you have based for real. You have no idea that how, I think, was it a year or two ago when, like, POV, you're talking to your other, unfortunately, gotcha addicted friends, and one of them goes like, dude, Karis, and I go, what? And he goes, like, they made, have you seen the new character Dr. Ratio? And I was like, no. New Doctor, is that like a meme character? Is that real? Is it like an NPC? They're like, no, this is like a real character, a playable character. And like, they made that character based on of you. And I was like, no, they didn't. What the fuck do you mean? I click in. There's this guy who is obsessed with telling people how dumb they are, but also trying to uplift them in a way that's meaningful. Who has an interesting air of elitism and superiority that is juxtaposed with his actual compassion for others, and ultimately his selflessness. He wears like an alabaster head because he doesn't want to look at people because they're not worthy of his presence. He launches like chalk at people, that's a little less me. I don't think I would launch chalk at people, but like he plants statues of himself, and half of those statues are doing JoJo poses. Half his skills are named after philosophical jargon and classical terminology.
Hello.
He has like a gold, purple, blue, white, royal color scheme. He loves taking baths. I literally was 10 minutes late to the stream just now because I was showering. And then the biggest difference is he's like incredibly handsome. And frankly speaking, I have never been told that in my life, not even in a joking way, so you know how bad that goes. So they just made like an anime like attractive version of me. That's crazy. Hi, Amari. Hello. It is like they fucking stole my likeness before I even put myself on the internet, so I can't possibly have any evidence to accuse them of doing so. It's insane that they did that. How could they? I do think he gets something. I do think Veritas Ratio has some things wrong. Okay? I don't think he's like perfectly me for real. Thankfully, because that would be really creepy. Like if it was actually, if I stared at him and he was like a mirror, that would be really creepy. I think he has. I think I find that I have a lot of similar traits as him, but I'm not exactly the same person. And there are, I think, key things we disagree on that result in us being two different people. That reassure me a bit that no one is like silently stalking me for the past 4 or 5 years of my life and just taking down notes for what I'm doing and what I'm thinking. Thankfully, that probably wasn't the case. I don't know, it's weird. He's your son? No, I think he's like my peer. He is like a peer of mine, and we agree on like 95% of things, but we will get very heated and constantly debate over the 5% of the things we actually disagree on. And he would probably win those debates and with me, and in doing so, he's also gonna start touting his like 11 PhDs to my 0. Because frankly speaking, I can't afford to do a doctorate, and I'm not nearly as academically inclined as him, so I can't get that like free ride scholarship to get a doctorate. Okay, like I can't do it. I could do one, but it's gonna break the bank, and I can't afford that shit. So no. I have 0 PhDs. He's got like 11. He's got that over me. It's 11-0. There's not much comeback there. He's also like a medical genius as well. So he has like actual knowledge in a field that is useful. I don't. I don't have any useful knowledge in a field that would make me like, that would allow for my contributions to society and humanity as a whole. Beyond my very, very, very limited contributions to philosophy, I guess. It's like I don't contribute to that. No, I don't. That's a fucking lie. That's the biggest fucking lie ever. Maybe my stance on the elitism of education and my actual solid steps I take towards combating the elite ivory tower gatekeepiness of it all. Maybe. Ratio's a math teacher, so I'm scared of him off principle, but also love that man. But like math teachers can be cruel and horrible, but you can usually tell really quickly. I feel like he wouldn't be a math teacher I would want. He would be, but I think he would be like a philosophy teacher I would want. Ratio 100% fights for free education. Yeah, it's like that's like the easy tenant. Like, I don't. It's not. I don't want to say that's like what he and I agree on, because frankly speaking, I think Ratio thinks this, and frankly speaking, I feel like at least like I don't know, like 80% of scholars and people who maybe think about education all agree that education should be free, or at least in like the bare minimum basic human right, like accessible to everyone universally under no discrimination. Like that is a very easy thing to agree on. That's, I think anyone who even thinks a little bit about education has
Hey all, thank you for the technical issues yesterday, Chairman. LOL.
technical issues. Oh, I heard. Sorry, we can derail into that briefly, but like, I just want to get my immediate, like, premises of ratio out the door before we veer a little bit off topic and then back on topic. Does this channel have a Discord yet? It does. You can ask me, or you can ask now. Okay, now I've made it a little easier. Okay, you don't have to ask me for the Discord link, although you can ask anyone who's in the Discord to give you the link too, because I made it so that anyone in the Discord can also just make it. That's what I've done. Okay. The idea is it's being handed out for free, but it's not going to be plastered and advertised. So you have to be at least a little interested enough to ask. But then if you are, then you'll have access to it. When a chat member gets banned, do you drop a marble column on them? I wish I could. I don't have that ability. That's a little too powerful for me. Please yap about whatever you were yapping about. Ignore me. Okay, well, briefly, you guys were... What were you doing in the Discord yesterday? I'll get into this briefly and I'll go back to the ratio talk. You guys were like trying to watch a film. It was like Sinners. And I just remember coming in and going like, okay, whatever you do, don't watch like a shitty cam rip version of the film. If you're gonna watch it, watch the watch it in its intended release, I guess. Because you guys wanted to do that through Discord or whatever. And then I just logged off. I didn't see anything after that. And then the next day, I checked the Discord again. I see like, 4 pings. And then technical issues. And I just had to say, well, it is what it is. Did you all get skill dipped? Like nobody figured out how to screen share? You cursed us with technical... No, I didn't. I didn't curse anyone or anything. I didn't bless it either. Like, you didn't have my blessings, okay? You didn't have a curse from me either. It was at most indifference, but also like, it's permissible. Audio wasn't shared and someone didn't give non-members app watching permissions. Did I not? Okay, I'll fix that. No audio? Yeah, okay. If you have no audio, then what I do is like I don't use... Okay, we're gonna keep it on a hush hush, okay? This I think is probably kind of illegal. What I do to try to watch things with my friends is like we go on like websites that can sync them, and we just watch on the website. I think one of the ones we use is 27, but I'm not sure. Like you spell it out, not like the numbers, but like you like TWOSEVEN. I think you can sync stuff through that and then send like links. Bam, Discord link. I don't think you could send it because I might have stopped people from being able to do that in my settings. I'm gonna fix that for you really quickly. Settings. Permissions. No, not permissions. Channel? Where do I check? Automated filters. I have one person blocked. No, I didn't block links. I did not blink. No, wait, no. URLs sent in live chat are already blocked. If you select this option, new comments with hashtags and URLs will be held. The setting doesn't apply to moderators or approved users. Oh, they are already blocked by default. Okay, I can't do anything about that. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Gee, I have to do everything by myself. I have to do everything. I have to do everything. I have to do so many things. I hate doing things. I wish I could stop doing things. But I couldn't. I couldn't in good faith stop doing things. Alright, yeah, where it is. Where is it? Okay, here it is.
https://discord.gg/etpw3kw9
Okay. Here it is. I don't know what you guys are doing, but if you like want to watch movies in the future, then maybe you try using like a website that can sync like a media file. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna get into ratio talk. And anything else before I just non-stop talk about one character from God. Boohoo, philosopher VTubers interact with rabble rousers. It's a shame. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. I shouldn't have to do this. Frankly, if I had an alabaster head, I would just have that. What's Ratio's deal? I'm so glad you asked. Apply to Streamer University. Is that you said? Okay, Holiday, you said that twice now. So the first time you said it, I just assumed it was like a meme comment, and I didn't think that was a real thing. What the fuck is a Streamers University? Because you've said that twice now. What the fuck is Streamer University? What the fuck am I looking at? Notable courses. The first one is sex ed. Why the fuck? It's not like that's not a course that is valuable. But why the fuck is the first one on notable courses? Sorry. And then business management, music production, film and acting, many more. Yeah, okay, so we're not doing that. That's okay. Kai Cenat's Content Creation School. Ah, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. It's Kai Cenat's audition for Subathon. Okay. That's another debate. You act like I don't, okay? And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate your assumption. Okay, I'm ignoring that. Not you, but I'm ignoring that. And I'm ignoring everything else now. Because streamers... Whatever. I don't get the connections. You think Kai Cenat's gonna look at a dude with 500 subscribers and go like, yeah, we'll take this guy? No, he's not. No, I've got 500 subs. That is dirt. I am the dirt on the ground to most people. It is what it is. I've accepted it. I've accepted this. Okay, whatever. I'm done. I'm done talking about that. Okay. Dr. Ratio is a character from hit mobile gacha game Honkai Star Rail. Now, why am I talking about a gacha game? Many reasons, actually. There could be, as evidenced in the channel's recent history. Normally, and for most, pretty much if any character that has ever existed in gacha history, I have liked them and I've enjoyed watching them interact with other characters. I've enjoyed playing them in a video game. But never have I ever really looked at a character and went, oh, I think this character is actually really interesting. And even more so, I have never even thought it conceivable to look at a gacha character as like my next downloaded personality, okay? You know the meme? Do you know the meme that's just like the text is? It's like the media on the bottom. The GIF on the bottom is like, what's his name? Homelander? I don't know. I don't watch the show, but like it's Homelander, and it's like the camera's panning on his face, and it's like glowing because of the brightness of the screen he's watching in like in a cinema, and like it's panning around him slowly as he's just absorbed into whatever he was watching. And the caption is 14-year-old me downloading my next personality off of like a TV show, right? So, do you know that meme? So basically, what I'm trying to say is, we all do it. Don't lie. Don't lie. Okay, we all do it. We all did that. Maybe at 14, maybe at different ages. I'm a little bit of a slow grower because I'm 60, but anyways, the idea is I never thought I would even look at a gacha character and think that way about them until they released this character called Dr. Ratio. Dr. Ratio is a scholar. He is a traveling sort of like, he's like an advisor. He's more like a freelance. He's just working freelance at the moment, but he's like an educator. He's like a scholar and researcher and educator. Who is part of the what in the cosmos of the game is known as the Intelligentsia Guild. And his whole kind of thing, his whole shtick is that he's like he's the tropey, angry, passionate educator. But a lot of the details about this character, I think, are gotten. I don't want to say they got it right in the sense that I agree with it, like philosophically, but they got it right in the sense that like this is an entertaining ass character. Holy shit! I can't believe they made that. And I will not lie to you. If I debuted maybe a year later, like if I debuted maybe next month instead of last year, I would look very different because I would probably ask our team to draw this, just draw Ratio 2. This is probably what I would have asked our team to do if I debuted like a year or two later. So, now that I've gotten through the basics, someone came in, Lurker, hello Kira, with a wall of text right at the beginning. I'm going to read it and I'm going to respond to it, because I think it's quite interesting. In a world full of Ron, Maze, and Hertas, Dr. Ratio has been a breath of fresh air that I seek in a character. His intrinsic want to help others, even if it may not be through the nicest of words, is something I see in myself, which makes the mixed opinions about him sometimes be hard to understand for me. Ratio is a character, and the hate that he gets really made me question my own personal values and morals when I compare the comments about him to myself. Is it wrong that I, too, get frustrated whenever I meet someone dumb? Or that my preferred way of showing care to others is through blunt pointers rather than sugar-coated words? Is it selflessly selfish to want to raise the bar for everybody? Sorry, not so neurotypical Ratio myself. Going back to lurking. Okay, so that's the wall of text. Thank you for typing that out. That's really good for me to get into like the core of how I feel about this character. Because the core of this character is, to me at least, not just, it's beyond the surface level, like, aha, funny Professor Man throws chalk at people and is really good at math, and like it's a meme, and we want to ship him with the other character in like a yaoi ship, and this is all the art we're gonna draw of him forever. It's either that or him in a bathtub. Like, so let's get beyond the aesthetics of the anime character and get into the the actual characterization that is done of him, right? And why some things may be maybe not controversial, but like maybe not as widely received well compared to some other characters, and why, in my personal opinion, I think that just makes him real. Like, he's not like a real, he's like a fucking anime character. So he's not real, but he's like, something about his characterization feels real to me. Don't know if you've seen Doctor Who, but do you think Ratio is like 12? I don't think we know his age, but he is 1000% an adult because we have seen him as a kid, I think. That's actually part of like the stream today, is like we're gonna look up everything about him. So happy I'm not getting harassed by Parrot for once. I've set Parrot's like rate of speech a bit lower so he doesn't interrupt me as much. Not talking about age, man, like the 12th Doctor. No, probably not. I don't think so though. I don't know. Evidently I have not seen Doctor Who. I've drawn Ratio in a bath setting. I mean, fair enough. That is a very prominent point. This is the info dump stream. It's not just info dumping, because I can just give you the information, or I could process the information and transform it in a way that allows a deeper understanding for you and I, maybe. I'm so locked in. That's my fixation. I'll be here to add next stream. I was like, feel free to, Kira. Feel free to. It's a research stream, so if you have anything to point out that would help me, that'd be good too. The purpose of this research stream is eventually I want to do, or by eventually I mean I was supposed to do it, like, and I just procrastinated so much. I was like, fuck it. I need to make a stream where I'm doing my work, so I don't put off doing the work. So because it's part of the live stream. But I was supposed to do a video that's called like Philosophy Major Explains Every Reference in Dr. Ratio. That was what it was supposed to be. And I was supposed to go through every part of his like characterization and identity that makes a vague philosophical reference and explain it. Because that's like my branding. I hate the word. I fucking hate that word. But that's who I am going forward until I gain a sufficient amount of clout that I don't have to be just defined by quick categories and tags that sort of put everyone into boxes to allow for easy access and categorization as a slave to the algorithm. Like I felt like at some point when I finally have enough clout to do away with that bullshit, I will. But for now, I am the philosopher VTuber. I'm Karis Euphranor. I'm the first and last philosopher VTuber, last librarian of Alexandria, and today I'm going to talk for a very normal amount of time about doctoration. Okay, let's begin. Well, that only took me like 33 minutes. Okay, well, now we've gone into it. Dr. Ratio is like, I don't want to say I want to say it, yeah. Dr. Ratio is misunderstood by a lot of people who simply don't give a shit. And like about his character. Like, he's not misunderstood by people who have spent a lot of time thinking about him. In the same way that fucking, Friedrich Nietzsche is misunderstood by people who think a lot about him. Like, he's a philosopher, okay? Like, he's not controversial in this, like, and difficult to understand. It's just that people who don't give a fuck about putting the effort in to understand the character will not understand the character. And that, to me, is very easy to, like, that's not a big deal. That's not like, that's not something I bother with too much. I don't waste my time on that. Frankly, if someone on Twitter mischaracterizes my favorite character, it's most likely because they can't read, and or don't like reading, and or have very limited literacy, and or they just don't care. And if they just don't care about actually getting their facts right, or thinking about something. And I don't want to interface with people like that. I don't care. I care in the larger sense that like eventually I think there must be a way to reach this type of person. It's just for now, it's not conducive to my overall goals and my research and understanding of the world, right? So when there's like, you know, people who go like, haha, funny bathtub man, I don't care. I don't get offended. When people go like, Ratio, he says he wants to be a teacher, but he's so rude. And he says he has an overwhelming love for humanity, but why does he yell at people? Why does he call them stupid? That makes I feel hurt. And it's like, you know, the people miss the point. That's fine. People are allowed to be wrong. They're allowed to misunderstand. They're allowed to not. Essentially, I think it's okay to immediately disqualify some people from a discussion I'm holding if it is immediately obvious to me that they haven't done the reading. Like, if you haven't done the reading, you're not participating in the discussion, okay? But that's not to say that you are forbidden from participating in discussions in the future. It's just, before you do, please do the work. And then you're allowed to come in and start talking. So, in that sense, I actually don't think Ratio is that misunderstood. I think anyone who's done the reading, anyone who's done the work, anyone who's actually, like, you know, thought about it for more than like 5 minutes about what this character is and what he's doing and what he believes in and how his goals and intentions interact with the other characters in the cast of the story of this evolving game, and why he may come off a certain way but actually represent something else. Like, everyone who's actually sitting at the table of discussion, I think we all mostly agree. I think we all have a pretty good idea of what we're talking about. Okay. What I'm trying to say, to preface this dive, is to say that don't worry too much about people who didn't do the reading, I suppose. So when you say, like, is it wrong that I get frustrated when I want, or like when you kind of like compare some of the hate comments or the comments from people who I would claim don't understand the character, and because you identify with the character, you find it like almost like a personal attack on yourself. Like, I wouldn't worry about it because they're fucking dumb. Is the way I put it, I guess. It, like, people are allowed to think whatever they want, in the sense that I can't control your thoughts, but I'm also allowed to dismiss them in my own cognitive discourse because it's simply not worth evaluating. Like, it's just, I'm a bit beyond that, okay? At least in the context of discussion. So right off the bat, there's a lot of stuff that you can immediately scrape off of, like, as criticisms of the character, if you will. People are dumb, and they will speak before reading, or they will speak before listening. And one of the most invaluable skills that needs to be instilled in people forever, not just, this new generation, or maybe the next generation, just in general forever in the history of humanity, I think, is an invaluable and it's an educative goal, I think, is to instill the good practice in people to listen before they speak. When you do that, most of the bullshit, a lot of dumbass bullshit goes away very quickly. Now, I think you like mentioned it a little later as well. Let me see. Oh yeah, you said you wanted to rant about Noos and the Genius Society, and you're really deep in HSR lore up until Penacony. I feel that. But first of all, I want to speculate on what you may be thinking, or anyone else might be thinking, in terms of Noos and, I don't know, is that how you pronounce it? Pronounce the fucking being? What is it, an Aeon? Yeah, the Aeons, right? Noos is the Aeon of genius, I think, or something like that. And every member who's part of this almost exclusive fan club, they're not fan club, this exclusive club called the Genius Society, is one who has been who's personally been gazed upon by Nuos, this like Aeon of knowledge or some shit. It's like Noose. Okay, it's like, is it like Noose? Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for that. Noose's gaze is, I think, in the context of the lore, symbolic of like a sort of a transcendence from like just the mortal kind to like a status beyond the status beyond, right? Like you're gazed upon by a god, right? Is essentially the idea. And Ratio Veritas, Dr. Veritas Ratio is one of the very notable characters who, despite maybe initially at least their desire to be gazed upon and recognized, ends up not being recognized. So, and I don't remember if it's part of the lore or if I just sort of reasoned it in this way, but it's because one of the most defining traits that you need to exhibit as to be qualified to be gazed upon by Noose is like above all that thirst for knowledge. And it really, like, they really mean above everything else. This desire for the intellectual pursuit needs to be the strongest, most overwhelming passion in you as a person for you to qualify. And that is not Dr. Ratio. And the reason that is not Dr. Ratio is because Ratio's strong, like, his ultimate goal isn't this perpetual cultivation of his own intelligence, but to, well, in his words, and I think the game and the media and promotion is a little ham-fisted in writing this particular line of curing the disease known as ignorance. I see where they're going with it, and I kind of like the idea of it. I just don't like the way they worded it. But I digress, right? The point is, Ratio is ultimately a selfless character, or like his overarching goals are very selfless, and that's the reason why he's not gazed upon by Noose and like recognized as a genius, even though he has many academic qualifications. He's got many achievements, notable achievements that have contributed to many things in the universe, etc., etc. I feel like I just lost like most of my concurrent viewers by going into that, but it's fine. It's okay. This, I think, is not only something I don't feel like not bad about, but like, yeah, I don't feel bad about it. I don't think, oh, my favorite character didn't get recognized, I don't like that. Like, I don't feel that at all. I actually think that's an excellent narrative decision, or it's an excellent lore decision that builds upon his characterization, and in fact makes him a lot more relatable to me, is that his selflessness costs him glory and recognition and, like, you know, power to some extent as well, and he's fucking completely okay with it. He's chill. He's a little like bummed. I think he's a little bummed out, right, if I recall correctly, but it's not a big deal in the grand scheme. Sorry, I'm drinking water. So then there's a bit where it's like, but he's a bit sorry, before I get into that, other plain words in Dr. Ratio's title. The title of doctor not only points towards his academic background, but his overall attitude towards education. He's a doctor in a literal sense too. Generally cares for those around him to an extreme degree. And he does, like, kind of the way, I think the way the game wants to tie it in as well is like he's someone who wants to cure a disease, like medically speaking. And he is like a medical doctor too, I think. I think he among his qualifications, he's also like a qualified medical doctor. But yeah, I like the wordplay in it. I think his so the game is written in Chinese. The game is Honkai Star Rail is a Chinese game. It's made by Hoyoverse, and they're a Chinese company. His name in Chinese is so in Chinese the doctor. I'm telling you guys, I did, and I will, and I'm gonna spend this whole stream doing more research on this character. The name in Chinese, the doctor they use is like Doctor of Truth, I think, like Truth Doctor, and the doctor they use in the Chinese is specifically the medical doctor, because they use another word for professor, like a doctorate professor, right? Which solidifies the tie to like the medical doctor, the curing of an illness, you know, among other things. But I think there's a particular elegance in the English localization because of that ambiguity in that title. So I just want to say I
saw the exact video essay that deep dived into his Chinese name as you did, LOL.
Is there a video essay that deep dived into it? I didn't know that. I didn't watch a video essay on him. I have not seen a single Ratio video essay, actually. That was gonna be a part of today's research. I was gonna start watching some video essays at 2x speed. I didn't I didn't watch a video essay. I went on his fucking wiki and I started reading. How do you feel Dr. Ratio gets treated by Hoyoverse? The Herda gets to show off at a big Shanghai concert, but Ratio gets the meme bath song. How do I feel about it? I feel a little saddened, but not unexpected. Like, did you really think they would put their somewhat abrasive and not universally appealing character up on the stage in the same way that they do their like super genius, extraordinarily beautiful and talented and super hyped up for over like a year character Madame Herda, who's also like hot anime girl? Do you really think between the two they wouldn't pick the hot anime girl to show off at the huge concert? Like, you and I, we should not kid ourselves, okay? But Ratio is not a popular character. He is, like, his most prominent thing is how he is shipped with another character, Aventurine, who, personally, I love the ship. Personally, I love the characterization of both characters. But I won't lie to you, at least in, like, a lot of the media it's read about, in the Honkai Star Rail fandom, Ratio is funny meme bathwater man / the husband of Aventurine. That's it. Those are his two defining traits now. Even though in the game that's not the case. I saw an
English translation of that bath song. It kinda encapsulates his whole personality with rather philosophical lyrics, so I didn't think it was all that bad though.
I think it's like I don't have an issue with it. I don't think I have like any friction. I don't think my frictions with it are enough to cause issue. But I will say the song is like it sort of cements in my head, at least, Hoyoverse's unwillingness to take the character too seriously, ultimately speaking. And the character was not meant to be a super serious played character. Like, as in, let me rephrase myself. There are characters, for example, like Danheng, who are played straight. It's a character that's played straight, and it's a character that's like, they're very self-serious. They're very like, you don't really make like a meme or joke about him unless that meme is specifically a subversion of the character. Whereas Ratio himself has like, I think, a crisis of his identity of humor. I think there's a crisis in Ratio's characterization where the writers don't know how to approach humor with him. Because on the one hand, he's a very serious, almost like no nonsense person. Like, he takes himself very seriously, but the game doesn't take him that seriously, in the sense that, like, you know, it's played off for laughs. For example, when he has an alabaster head on his face, that is a ridiculous thing. That is a thing that not a lot of people do. It is funny. We look at that and we go, haha, lamau. His statues are, like, half of his statues of himself are JoJo poses. And that's funny, and it's intentional in their characterization of him, but it always feels like Ratio himself is not in on that joke. Like, Ratio is played straight in relation to that character, who is not played very straight, like in Hoyoverse's writing. Does that make sense? And so I think there's a crisis because they don't know how to write him, or maybe not they, but like there's maybe different writing teams of different people, but I don't feel like everyone knew how to write Ratio properly. And this is evidenced in some of the later events and like mini stories that he appears in, where he a lot of his character nuance and a lot of his, like, the things that made him interesting were kind of washed away in favor of the more shallow traits. And I hate to be that way, right? I hate to be very gatekeepy and abrasive myself, but I would be lying and being disingenuous if I wasn't. But there's only so much haha, let's, like, or not haha, but like let's just reference something interesting but not actually do something interesting. I think Ratio's characterization was doing something interesting for a lot of the time. But then in more recent endeavors with him, he wasn't doing anything cool. He was saying some things that were referencing other things that are interesting. And he was in, for example, when you're watching like the Ratio bath song, he says some shit that is a reference that are philosophical references. But that doesn't mean that what he's saying is philosophical. What he's saying just references things that other people have said philosophically. And so ultimately, that's not an interesting philosophical maneuver. Does that make sense? Whereas, and I don't want to, just lambast it, but I think this is in contrast to his characterization, which I think is somewhat philosophically interesting. To have a character be so accomplished and so intelligent and so, wise and so appraised, but also at the same time be shunned by the gods of the highest power, to be shunned by the system, frankly, to be shunned and to be disrespected or even like misunderstood by a lot of the characters in the game. Like, that I think is interesting because it's like he's not foolish, but sometimes we take, like, you get the sense that the character's played off like a fool, almost as a weird, ironic twist. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He should hire you to write Ratio. Now, I'm not saying I would do a great job writing Ratio, because I think I would end up writing myself. I think I wouldn't write him, I would just write myself. Because I think our ideologies align too much for me to write him and not just end up writing myself, and in doing so erase his character, and I don't want to do that. But I would be a great advisor in the writer's room. If they had me in the writer's room, I would give very good feedback, I think. It's not as lighthearted as the front. Almost everyone has a dark past if players just read. Blade and Danhung are definitely victims of this, since the backstory with the Quintet and the Luofu. But like, I do mean like, not lighthearted in the sense that the character is the character themselves are played for laughs, but sometimes, for example, a serious character like Danhung, or like a straight-faced character, like he plays the straight man, right, in like a comedic duo, if you want to think about it that way. But sometimes it's funny to put Dan Heng next to like March, because March 7th is like the clown, right? And it's funny to watch that juxtaposition. And so that's why Dan Heng could be put in funny situations. Or Dan Heng can make situations funny. But he himself, I think, is played straight. I think the character doesn't do wacky shit. Like, Dan Heng doesn't do anything wacky. He does things seriously, like, and he's like highly competent. Relatively competent, at least. Dr. Ratio is mostly that, except there are also aspects of him that I think are a little unexplained or kind of weird, where he does seem like he's played for laughs. Not in contrast to another character, but to himself. Like, for example, his obsession with baths is played off, like, it's played off a bit as silly. And his statue posing, his alabaster head, a lot of his traits that are like sort of just on his surface level. Only story quest I've genuinely felt that they've done a great job at showing grief was with the Ventrians. I think I agree, but I'm also biased, and you might be as well. So I don't think I'm not going to dive into that too much, because I think we're both biased in really liking it. And I do. And I don't really have anything negative to say about it, so I'm just not going to talk about it beyond I liked it. Anyways. What's he talking about? Yeah, I have several slight grievances with Ratio's characterization, especially as of late. But it's all in the sense that, like, what can you expect from a gacha game that has taken a joke like, you know, the MC being a trash can raccoon, and taken it like and played the joke and overplayed the joke for like 5 patches after the meme died. Because you remember, I don't know if you were there for the beginning days of Honkai Star Rail, but I think in patch 1.0 or 1.1 at least, people were memeing in the community and fandom were memeing about the trash cans, and there was a big thing of like, MC's a funny trash can raccoon, and is silly. And then the Star Rail devs or writers took that joke and ran it to the ground, like 2-3 patches after the community stopped making those jokes. And then they kept doing that joke, and they kept doing it, and they kept doing it, and they kept doing it, and they kept doing it. And it's just like, I don't think it's their fault. I don't think they're inherently unfunny writers per se. It's just they tend to not be able to know when to. They're not comedic geniuses, okay? They're not that. They have shown to not be able to restrict themselves in their joke writing and understand it. Did the joke die when they made the trash can an enemy you can fight? Is that when it died? Let me think. I think, yeah, that's when it died. The moment they added the fucking limbs to the trash cans was when the joke was dead. It was like not funny anymore. It's like, oh wow, okay, trash can. It's as if HSR is trying to keep up this reputation it has as the funny one, Genshin could never, blah blah. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that. I think they should just take themselves seriously. And I think they did, right? I think for most of Penacony, or as I like to call it, Pecony, because I love Penacony. Holy shit. Do I love Penacony. They took themselves seriously, and they wrote the story in a way that took itself seriously. I like that. It's good. And that veers a little far off from the Dr. Ratio discussion, so I want to like get on that. You know what? Maybe I should just launch my fucking Honkai Star Rail Do I have it installed? I think I do, right? You didn't hear that. Did I just stream the game? Okay, I can. Can I stream it? Hold on. Can I stream the game? Let me try to stream the game. Let me see if I can stream it. I can stream it. Where's Cameo from please install Windows 10? No. No, it wasn't installing Windows 10. It was just... like my computer does prompts for everything I do and it's so annoying. I don't like it. Sorry. Can I get it like here? Is that the PC game too? It is, yeah. So I'm trying to see if I have it installed on my computer. I can like go on it. Oh god, I haven't logged in yet. Oh my god, I have to fucking deal with all the pop-ups and shit. I hate that. No, go away, go away, go away, go away! I don't want to see it! Ah! But I hate gacha games. Don't you hate gacha games? I do. Which is why I'm gonna spend this stream talking about a gacha game. Like a fucking idiot. What am I doing? Oh. Okay, do I have everything... like, do I have to censor anything? Is this gonna give off my, like, personal information? It's not, right? It shouldn't. Okay, that page has some things I don't know if I want people to see. Okay. Alright, let me bring you here. Hilarious, we get doxed by Genshin. I hate that they just show my UID. I hate that they just do that. It pisses me off that they just show your UID like that.
I guess that's your answer, LOL.
Does it show? Is the game showing? It's not showing. Fucking hell. God damn it. I think I have to launch it with like admin. Do I have to launch OBS with admin rights or do I have to launch Honkai Star with admin rights? I don't remember. I think I have to launch OBS with admin rights. Fuck. I have to quit OBS and come back. Are you serious? You can't do this to me. Oh my god, it's a black screen. If I quit the stream and then come back, is everyone just gonna leave? Can everyone not leave me when I do that? Did you use your Apple account? No, I didn't. I used an email, but I don't even like that. It's not like an email I have publicly facing, so I don't know. Everyone? Alright, fuck, I guess you are leaving. Well, I have to fucking do this, so give me like a second. I'm gonna take a screenshot. I can't, but that's fucking annoying. I don't want to do that. I don't want to take a screenshot every time because there's like 5 or 6 different pages, man. I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna like, I think I need to quit OBS. I think I need to quit OBS and I need to come back. I have to launch OBS as an admin in order to stream Star Rail, I think. Because I remember doing that last time. And yes, I must apologize, but I have streamed Honkai Star Rail once before, and it wasn't very good either. It was for like the epilogue of Penacony, which I thought would be good, and it ended up not being good at all. It ended up being kind of ass. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I can't fucking see anything. This sucks. Oh my god, alright. I'll be right back, everyone. Don't go! No, don't leave me! Don't leave me! Does everyone hear me? Cover your UID? Fuck, well, it's there now. I can't, every time I click escape, it's there. It's like on the bottom of my screen. It's everywhere. I can't cover it. I can't. Like, it's inconceivable how you would do that. Does this dox me any further when I go in to just set my volume? It shouldn't, right? Okay. Fucking hell, I hate this game. Yeah, like, I can't cover my UID. Like, I'm gonna give up trying to do that. That's fucking... I'm not having that. Yeah, it's on the bottom left, but there's also... It's also, like, here. Every time I click escape, I have to cover the top and bottom. And then when I go into, like, another menu, it will show as well. It's fucked. Whatever. You can have my UID if you want. You can, like, steal my account. There's nothing here. Why would you want to steal my account? All I have are, like... I have, like... I don't have a single Harmony support. You don't want my account, okay? Here's why you don't want my account. I have literally one Harmony support from last year, and that's it. This account is fucking washed. There's no other character here, and I can barely clear like MOC. Okay, it's not worth. It is not worth it. Whatever. Steal my account if you want. I don't care. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. If you do, I lose. Here's the thing. If you do, I will have one less, like, oh shit, I didn't even see that there. I will have one less unhealthy addiction in my life. Frankly, that would be a good thing. Frankly, I'd be okay if I lost my Honkai Star Rail privileges or whatever.
You're saving him if you steal it?
Honestly, yeah. This is the person I'm talking about for the next like 2 hours, by the way. So we're gonna be on the screen for a very long time.
So what you're saying is we're doing you a favor if we steal your account.
No, you're not. I wouldn't say you're doing a favor. I would just say the loss is not that terrible. Stealing Kafka just weren't working and MOC's annoying. Dude, trust me, I put so much effort into trying to make my Kafka team work. And like DOT is dead. Even if you have the optimal setups and like an E1 Kafka with like 4,000 attack and 151 speed, your like dot is cooked. There's no way to play dot optimally. It's over. Sorry. What were we doing? We're talking about Dr. Ratio. Yeah. So I'm just gonna send a friend request when I'm morally obliged to steal your account, I guess. You can send it. I'll probably ignore your friend request because I don't have a good reason. I just will probably ignore it, okay? I don't have a good reason. Don't ask me for like a reason. I don't have one. We're talking about this man today, and we're not talking about his build, even though my build for him is perfect. I meet the 136 or the 134 speed threshold. I've got 64 193 crit damage, and you might look at the crit rate and think that's a little bit low. First off, we are running Pioneer, which gives us another 4% from what you see. So you add 4 to that, right? 68. And then you look at his traces. It's this one, summation, where his crit rate increases by 2.5% up to 6 times. That's 15%. For all you Mundanites out there who can't do math, that's 15%, right? That's 15 plus 4%, 19% extra. So it's about 83% crit rate. And then his first Eidolon, I forget, I don't know how to pronounce the word. I think it's Eidolon, right? Gives him 4 summation stacks, which is another 10% crit rate. So that bumps up to like 93 crit rate. Suffice it to say, my Doctor Ratio build is perfect.
Whoa, he's a spender.
I'm not a spender, okay? I have not bought anything in the shop that's not like the daily pass in like since the first anniversary, I think. I think I bought something during the first anniversary and then I didn't buy anything since. I've not bought anything for at least a year. Except for the daily pass. That's all I get. I just hate like the meta, I guess, which is why my meta teams are shite. Doing girl math, excuse lower credit. Excuse me, this is advanced. Not advanced. This is simple arithmetic. I'm just doing very quickly. I was gonna ask if you're F2P. I'm not F2P, but like I get the daily pass, and that's it. That's all I get. Because anything, I cannot justify a purchase of anything that's more expensive than like the $5 a month that the pass is like that the pass will cost. Like I can't justify anything beyond that. I can justify that because I'm playing this game, and the way I think of it is like it's a subscription to continue playing this live service game that gets updates every few weeks. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with spending money on some of my entertainment, but how much is too much? That I mean, I think I got the weekly. Okay, it's kind of annoying when he does that, like okay, over and over again. But the weekly pass is something I get maybe like once a year. Do I have enough to do another temple? I probably don't. I don't. It's over. Okay. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So Dr. Ratio is a character that says a bunch of shit. In like his voice lines, in his dialogue with other people, and in his just kit. There are references to other things that I want to talk about as a philosophy major very briefly. Not here, or rather, what I'm going to do is I'm going to research it and then talk about it here. And then hopefully I'll be able to build this is just this script. This stream is actually just Terrence Euphranor working on a video behind the scenes. Okay, that's what this is, because this is just an excuse for me to do work. Play deep dive his Eidolons. I'm too lazy to look up the references. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Script? I'll probably try to script it either midway through or the end of it, but I'm gonna like just get myself familiarized with the main points, I suppose. What's the bathtub thing you guys are talking about? So Dr. Ratio, among his surface level traits that people meme about, one of the things is how he really enjoys bathing. It's an activity he really enjoys, and you know what, I fucking feel it. I love bathing as well. I don't bathe often because I think it's a little too much water to use. Like I can't really justify having a bath as opposed to a quick shower. But if times were different, and if you know, maybe it was like a public bath. Would that be more or less of a waste? I'm not sure. But if it was a little less wasteful, I would definitely. Anyways, like he enjoys doing that a lot. His imagery is oftentimes like a rubber associated with him is oftentimes a rubber duck or a bathtub because of, you know. I guess
most bathtubs I've seen are kinda gross, so LOL.
Exactly, right? Like I don't want to go in a gross bathtub. I'd rather not. I'd rather just shower. But this is him in a bathtub, and This is like a lot of skin. This is a lot of skin for a character back then, like a year ago, especially. And in his official trailer, there's a bit where he's also in a bathtub, which is funny. But yeah, him and baths are like a big thing. And that's the thing that's easy to grasp at, so people talk about it a lot. It's part of his light cone, which is like, I guess this game's equivalent of like an accompanying weapon that you have to pull in the gacha for. It is what it is. What should we talk about first? Let's talk about, okay. I want to get this out of the way because I'm not very good at it. But let me talk about this first. The first thing you probably talk about with in terms of like philosophical references in this character, right? Is the fact that is how he looks, right? It's his aesthetics. And it's the fact that a lot of his visual design is inspired by the Greek toga, I think. And like ancient Greek scholar aesthetics. Now, this is the part I'm gonna spend the least amount of time on because I'm not familiar with the aesthetics of ancient Greece, beyond just being able to tell you that that's what this is. The laurels, the gold, the blue, and like the half toga as well. And like I think like the notable thing being his shoulder guard, with the owl motif, which is, you know, of course, Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Like, and like, I think that's the quick thing you get out of the way. The quick thing you get out of the way is that you immediately see them as someone dressed in attire that is inspired heavily by this. And so you can immediately see his connection to Western philosophy, I suppose. Which, you know, we like to talk, we all like to agree started with the Greeks. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. I'm not a historian. I can only tell you that Socrates and Plato were spitting some cool shit. They were spitting some really interesting stuff. I can tell you that. You can't judge the historical aesthetic, but you can compare it to the in-game aesthetics. It's hard to because you get into a lot of shit. You know what? I'll just get into it then. You know what? I'll get into it because that's the stream for that, right? Okay. So not the other characters don't look like that. I guess maybe no one looks Greek. I think I can't really show you because I don't have all the characters. I only have like a few because I don't collect characters. I will focus on like one I really like and then I will pull for eidolons for them. Instead of actually like, those are like all my 5 stars actually, that are not like standard characters. I don't know. In Greek myths, characters are identified by 3 things: physical objects. What do you think Ratio would be identified by? I want to say the owl. If that counts. If it doesn't count because it's like it's an animal and not a physical object, then maybe like, I think the column, the marble column or the marble bust is a good one. I don't know. I thought the reef was reserved for high-ranking Roman and Greek government officials. This is a mishmash of like Greek aesthetics. And the thing that makes it difficult to talk about in relation to this game as well is because actually there's now like a whole ass region called like Amphorius. And this is well, I don't know what to say actually. I'll just show you. Oh dear, my game is lagging because my computer is like terrible. Here's what that world looks like, okay? Here's what the characters here look like. This is fantasy ancient Greece. This is fantasy ancient Greece. And the most difficult thing to talk about now is the fact that ratio has nothing to do with this world. Can I show you like a typical like Greek citizen here? Or like Amphoria citizen? Like you can tell these are very Greek aesthetics that the whole world is inspired by. And so the source of the inspiration is the same as the character ratio. But it's very difficult to meaningfully make connections between them. Because at least so far in the story, and according to the devs, and they may be lying to prevent people from getting spoiled by future developments, because the story's not done, right? But is it too loud, by the way? Hold on. I think it's okay. I think it's not too loud. Okay, okay. Volume's fine? Okay, okay. And for some reason, they're unrelated. For some reason, Ratio has never appeared, and the dev said he has no connection to this world. That's not where he's from. The world of Amphorius is isolated from the rest of the world, of the rest of the universe. Sorry, that world is like a bad word to use here because it doesn't get into the specifics of what the fuck you're talking about in this cosmic scaled game. But Ratio has nothing to do with anything here. This looks like Marvel's Asgard. Yeah, it's supposed to be less like historically accurate and more just like fantasy, ancient Western civilization. That's all it's supposed to be. Ratio's alt is a marble column falling down. Look at what the fuck this world is filled with. And guess what happens in the story oftentimes is these marble columns start falling down. It is what hated when I heard Ratio wasn't even a part of the new story. I'm coping, okay, so you're gonna have to bear with my coping, right? But I think they're lying. I think the devs are lying. I think the devs are lying when they say Ratio has nothing to do with this world. I think that is bullshit. I think they're lying though, and I think there's a reason why they're lying. I think the reason they're lying is because Ratio plays a very probably pivotal moment of the story towards the end. Not in the beginning, but like in the end. And because I think he will play a role way towards the end, they don't want to spoil that by saying, oh, watch out for Ratio, he's gonna come up soon. That fucks with the whole like thing. Because the world, part of the mystery of Amphorius and like the story so far is that this is an isolated planet and the people on this planet are pretty much unaware of the possibility that there are even human beings who live beyond this planet. If you want to think of it in like anime terms, it's kind of like Attack on Titan, where the citizens inside the walls didn't realize there was a world beyond it, and it is imperative that you as the audience, I'm sorry if I'm spoiling Attack on Titan for anyone in here, but I'm pretty sure no one has not seen or even known or heard about anything related to Attack on Titan, right? But anyways, it's imperative for the experience of the audience that they don't know that there's a world beyond the walls. You are supposed to feel trapped like the characters until that part of the plot develops. And if you got spoiled by that, that would lower the stakes and the tension of it, and it would make the experience less enjoyable than it is, right? And I personally am of the copium opinion that they're saying that Dr. Ratio is not a part of the Amphoria storyline because he plays a very pivotal role towards the end of it in the larger, grander scale of things. That's my copium. IPC's been real quiet, very suspicious. Haven't seen anyone talk about Topaz's obvious manipulation during the Face Show event. Yeah, so like there is like, I think these are not loose ends that they are never going to address. I think they are leaving it open and they're eventually going to address it, but they have to talk about the story in a smaller scale first before going into the bigger scale. And that's, I think, appropriate for the outline of the story, of the narrative that they've lined out, that they've, you know, sort of laid out, where it's an expanding epic, like that continuously sprawls through like the whole year. They're writing like the story in the context of a whole year. The fact that Ratio doesn't show up at all, and there's no mention of him, and the devs are like, oh, like even in a Q&A, they're like, we've had a lot of questions from Dr. Ratio fans asking if he's part of this or if he's from this world, and no, he's not, and he's never gonna show up. Like if they're going to that length to acknowledge that, I think for sure, in my humble copium opinion, that they are just
The spoiler of
waiting.
AOD Season 3 that the world is bigger than walls is what made pick up the show again after skipping Season 2.
I cannot believe you skipped Season 2. What is wrong with you? Sorry. I'm flinging the chalk at you right now and going like, how could you skip Season 2? That's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. That's horrible. You can't do that. What? What the fuck, man? Sorry. Anyways. Never watched it? I am in an audience of Mundanites today. Jesus. Okay. Alright. Okay. 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 You don't plan to? Fuck. You more horrible. No, stop scaring me with your takes. I don't want to hear it. Anyways, he's Greek inspired. Okay, you'll see further things later that will be connected to his Greek inspirations, particularly his Greek philosophical inspirations, such as Socrates. But we'll get there when we get there. Okay, suffice it to say, like this is a huge part of his characterization. Is there anything else I can connect to? So there's the alabaster head. I don't think I could show you the alabaster head, can I? Or maybe I can, in like an image. So let me just go on an image. I don't think there's a way to show you in game. But because I've already played that part of the story. Let me just go here. Okay. So I don't like to waste my time watching things I know I won't care about. That's fair enough, but I can't believe you wouldn't care about it because it is that good. It really is that good. It's on his phone case, yeah, but it's not like the way it looks in the game, right? This is like, he does this shit. This is like the first encounter you have with him. Okay, let me describe the first, okay, I'll describe it and then I'll play it. I don't think copyright will kill me because it's a video. But, your first encounter with Dr. Ratio, he's wearing an alabaster head and he's playing chess with himself. And he's like, and he's talking to himself. And he's like, yes, good move. Like, so you are kind of put in a position where you're supposed to see him as a bit ridiculous. But anyways, before we get into that, the alabaster head, the sort of statue, and like the statues of himself that I can show you in game later, are also very Greek. You know, you can tell. You can look at that. You can look at that. It's Greek inspired. Okay, like not much else to say about that. He's a freak? No, he's not a freak. He's just a little eccentric. Okay, he's a tan bit eccentric. You'll get used to it. Anyways, let's come back to the game. So his skill
for the theater of the mediocre.
Plants statues, marble statues of himself in different poses.
For the theater of the mediocre.
He also says, yeah, for the fear of the mediocre. Which is real as fuck, because like there's nothing more to fear than mediocrity, especially in the age of AI. and ChatGPT,
For the
okay?
theater of the mediocre. For the theater of the mediocre.
Can he do a different one? Hold on, give me a different one.
For the theater of the mediocre.
He's got one where he does that.
For the theater of the mediocre.
Yeah, there you go. There's the Jotaro pose. This is the bit where the writers were like, okay, we can afford some levity with the character. We can be a little silly with him, and that's okay. That's fine. We can do it. But I think the clash or the trouble is because the character himself takes himself so seriously that this being a core part of him, his own expression, is kind of weird in juxtaposition. But yes, he's posed like the statues. Was it one of those poses Roman? Guess just the technical detail. I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between Roman and Greek, okay? I'm sorry. I don't. I am not as historically versed as I should be, but when I make the video, I assure you I will do the research, which is what I'm supposed to do now, I guess. But yeah, I'll assure you that I'll do further research just to double confirm everything I say. I'm not trying to explain every part of Dr. Ratio. I'm just trying to explain every philosophical component of his characterization. Okay, that's all I'm trying to do. And it's imperative to talk about his Greek inspirations in his design, because his Greek connections are very important to understanding his philosophical connections. Okay, again, Greece, the foundation of Western philosophy, blah blah blah, Socrates, Plato, you know, Aristotle, you know the drill, okay? To be fair, he's only there because he's stalking you. Make sure you don't die to Ranmei's creations. He said that he would have interfered should you have failed. His intro intrigues me since we don't know if he's there for work or if he's cautious of the genius society. I.e. Ratio's later dislike towards Skrulum and Ranmei. Yeah, the former part, yeah, he's there because he's stalking you is kind of funny. And he's just kind of like, if you fuck up, I'm gonna step in. But otherwise, I'm gonna let you do it. And his intro going like, yeah, in his intro we're not sure if he's just there on a job or if he is trying to like get intel on the Genius Society, which he expresses a dislike towards. I think personally I'm of the opinion that he dislikes them in the way that like I dislike my peers in philosophy. I feel like Ratio dislikes the intelligence, the Genius Society, the way I dislike other philosophy majors. Not all the others, but like some other philosophy majors, where I will find very brilliant and extraordinarily intelligent people in philosophical academia, and I will dislike them, and I dislike them partially because I feel like so much of that intelligence is wasted because they're not doing anything with it. They are thinking and they are researching and they're writing, but some of them are not writing, they're just kind of mucking around, but they're sort of trapped almost in their own minds after a while. And I dislike it because I'm like, you are so brilliant and you're so bright, and you could use that, you can apply that to do some real good in this world, and you just refuse to engage with it because for some reason or another you think it's not worth your time, and you think of yourself as better than everyone else, and therefore, you know, you don't owe anyone else any help. And I don't like those people. But I will nonetheless work with them, and I nonetheless aspire to some traits of like some aspects of them, such as their rigor and their intel and their like their philosophical rigor, really. And like, while it is a dislike, I certainly would work to them and sometimes even look up to those people. I just have very deep disagreements, but I don't let those disagreements like ruin. Like, if I couldn't get along with anyone I had any mild disagreement with, then I wouldn't be able to get along with anyone. Okay, like you have to get along with people you don't entirely agree with. That's just the human experience, right? Like physics majors? I don't know about physics majors. Yeah. Yeah, all philosophers hate each other and themselves. That's exactly right, Tara. That's exactly right. Every philosopher hates every other philosopher, except for like their maybe small group of friends that they circle jerk each other with, but like they hate everyone else. They think everyone else is wrong, and they hate themselves. I don't know why they hate themselves. It's different for different people. But if the other philosophers get along, you guys, you all, and anyone who's in like a YouTube chat might be a little too young for this, but I'm 60 years old. I'm your senior. I can kind of tell you what was going on in the ancient time. But back then, in the good old days of the early internet, there was this YouTube series called Epic Rap Battles of History. Oh. That you guys are all probably way too young for, okay? Like, you wouldn't understand, you whippersnappers. You wouldn't get it, right? But, like, Epic Rap Battles of History was, like, a big thing in YouTube. And one of the...
I was once asked by a physics major to find the breaker box in their apartment.
The breaker box? Interesting. Don't talk to me like I don't know what that is. I voted for the Ninja Turtles, kind of based. So in that series, there is a battle that the philosophers
Excuse
do.
you, I have a majority of those videos memorized.
Fair enough, Lucy, fair enough. But in one of the battles they did was Eastern versus Western philosophers. And the Eastern philosophers were all Chinese, so I feel like they could have expanded it a little bit beyond that, but whatever. And the Western philosophers, I don't know if they were the best three picks. I think Socrates and Nietzsche make sense to me as like a big, just who are the easiest names, right, to start with. But I don't know about Voltaire. I just don't think Voltaire was a good third pick. I think they could have gone with Hume or Kant or something. Anyways, at some point in that battle, like, because it's a team battle, it's a 3v3, and at first the philosophers on the Western side are stacking their disses up with each other to like completely blow away the Eastern philosophers. The Easterners like then coordinate a counterattack, and then, you know, they dismantle the disses and then fire off their own, and there's like a back and forth exchange and extraordinarily well coordinated teamwork where they build upon each other's disses, they build upon each other's like flow and all of that, and it's really fun to watch that. And then throughout the battle, they slowly disintegrate, or like they slowly kind of lose their teamwork and coordination, and they start fighting each other on their team instead of like the people on the opposing team. And at the end of the battle, it's just like they're all dissing everyone else. Everyone is hating on everyone else. Everyone is like just shooting shit everywhere, I guess. And it's like a mess. It's chaos. And then the announcer goes like, "What is winning?" at the end, which is really funny. It was really funny to me at the time. And I think it still is. Anyways, that's like honestly a really accurate portrayal of philosophical discourse, where it's like at first it will seem like people are working together to like dismantle an opposing argument, but then the moment that kind of like it just takes a little bit, and then that all will fall awry, and then people will start going at each other's throats as well, and like pick each other apart for the very minor disagreements they have. That's just philosophy. Cameron, do you know where your breaker box is at home? It's info for emergencies. Is it like the box for where like the light, the electric switches are? If so, I think so. Yeah, I know where that is. Yeah, I do. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I know where that is. I do know where that is. I know where that is. I know it. Don't assume I know. Okay. Whatever. Anyways, that's like the way philosophers are to each other. It's a long-winded way for me to say that. It's a long way for me to say that. Anyways, okay, I could get... So that's like the first thing. Is like he's very Greek. Okay, you can see the sandals. You can see the fucking... everything else. There's a slight problem because there are other characters in the game that are Greek. You know, there's a whole world of Greece, ancient Greece, fantasy ancient Greece, and ratio apparently has nothing to do with it, apparently, according to the devs. But I am personally a skeptic on the matter, okay? Personally, I'm skeptical, and I think they're lying to us because they have a reason to lie to us. I think the reason they lie to us is because they don't want people to be spoiled on Ratio's later involvement. I just refuse to believe that an entire world based off of ancient Greece doesn't have the local ancient Greece man involved at any capacity. I think that is way too much of a blunder for it to be like, because if it really was a blunder and they actually genuinely forgot they had a character who was entirely inspired by ancient Greece as they were building this world that is inspired by ancient Greece, then what they would have done, in my opinion, is they would have lazily put him at the beginning as like an introduction. He just walks you through, he goes like, here's the world, okay, I don't live here, or maybe he's like, oh, I was here, or maybe they have one or two throwaway lines that imply that, oh, he was actually from some part of here, but we don't know, and it's like, whatever. The fact that they're saying he's not involved at all at any capacity leads me to believe that he is involved in a very big capacity that will be revealed later. That's what I'm thinking. I think he may be coping, and I think I'm going to be proven right when that eventually happens. Can you share some of your copium with me? You guys have no faith in the writers of Honkai Star Rail, okay? I think Ration's vomit would be tied to the whole Emphorios might not be a real thing. Yeah, like I think that's in some ways to that. Because Ratio is very real. Ratio is a very real character. He exists in the world and he talks to people and he's like, you know, he's going around and shit. But everyone in this world so far of like Emphorios is very much like a larger than life Greek god or demigod character that's like they only exist in the confines of this world. None of them have traveled outside this planet. None of them have interacted with anyone else except the Trailblazer and Dan Heng so far, right? From the Outer Lands.
Me!
Oh my god, I have to fucking deal with that.
Man.
Shut up, I don't care. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Sorry, that's like one of the fucking characters that's like a Pokemon that says its own name. And it just pisses me off a little bit.
Wealth mutually exclusive.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive, but I'm automatically skeptical of anyone who pursues knowledge for the sake of wealth, which is an increasing amount of people in this day and age, unfortunately. Anyways, point is this guy's Greek, okay? The point is this motherfucker is Greek. That's the first thing we should talk about. Dr. Ratio. When it comes to Dr. Ratio. Now, after that, what should we talk about? Let's talk about his RIP marketing. Dr. Ratio RIP marketing. Let me open up the Twitter post. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Extraterrestrial.
Isn't that why most people go to college?
It is, but that's because our world is really fucked up now, where wealth and knowledge are way too intertwined. But it's not even. It's not actually knowledge. It's just a degree that signifies, or used to signify, some level of intelligence and knowledge in a specialized field, which now doesn't mean shit anymore because ChatGPT can write your whole undergrad dissertation. But it is what it is. Whatever. If he was really Greek, he'd be heavier setting and have more body hair. So he's like Athenian Greek, not like Spartan Greek. I think. I hope that's not like a terrible thing I just said, but I think that's the way that the best way to understand it. And he also he's of the body type that's like the ideal Greek Athenian Greek masculine like body type. Like he literally looks like a statue,
Athenian
and he makes
Greeks would
statues
still
of himself.
have hair, lol.
Well, he has okay. Then in that case, sorry. I think the way to discuss this is not by me trying to justify what the differences are, and instead just submit and say like that's you gotta like the fuck. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. He's an anime character in like a Hoyoverse game. He should look more like Hassan. Like, okay, he's a Hoyoverse anime character. All the Hoyoverse anime character have no hair except on their head, okay?
DR ratio with the Hassan Piker build.
Yeah, we have one guy with a smidgen of facial hair, and that was it. Okay? And then they fucking killed his ass. Oh. Yeah, anyways, like, you're gonna have to forgive me. It's like, or not me, but like the game. This is just how they see their anime characters, okay? Anyways. Extraterrestrial satellite communication Dr. Ratio. The most annoying thing about idiocy is that you can't explain it to an idiot. A candid and self-centered intelligentsia guild member, who often conceals his appearance with a strange plaster sculpture. He demonstrated unparalleled intelligence and talent since his youth, but now refers to himself as a Mundinite. He firmly believes that intellect and creativity are not confined to geniuses. He seeks to distribute knowledge to the entire universe to cure the persistent disease named ignorance. English voice Jordan Paul Harrow. So, there's like something I can speak on in relation to the voice acting too, because I watched like an interview with Jordan Paul Harrow where he explained kind of like where he found the voice and like what his inspirations were, which was like kind of cool. But just right now from the communication, there's an air of annoyance and grievance, or not grievance is not the right word, but like, yeah, like annoyance in the tone of his quote immediately. You set the stage with the character, and the first like impression he gives you is like he is annoyed. He's like, people are fucking stupid, and the worst part about stupid ass people is that you can't tell them they're stupid ass people. They will not get it. This is Dr. Ratio. This is his character. And I think the thing that his characterization does to justify, or to like, I don't want to say like turn it around, because it doesn't turn his demeanor around, but fleshes out his demeanor, is his annoyance is founded upon his continuous frustrations in his goal and pursuit of actually encouraging the betterment of people, right? But you are introduced to him as this like holier than thou, smarter than you person who hates the fact that you're dumb because he can't explain to you that you're dumb. Is there much philosophical reference here? I actually don't think so. There's not much about him philosophically here to speak on, but I will say, because I think there is something to say nonetheless, although, about this page here, is his approach to education. He has an undying commitment to, in my opinion at least, this is, for all intents and purposes, his educative pursuit. His educative pursuit is, here, they portray it as curing the disease of ignorance. But if I were to maybe try to phrase his mission the way I understand it, in a way that's a bit more, a bit less abrasive and a bit more like an intellectual pursuit, I would say that Ratio's educational goal is to invigorate an intelligent self within people as a way of combating ignorance, as he describes. This is the most important thing about this character. He is not, like, he is many things. He's a doctor, he's a philosopher, he is a math, he's a mathematician, but above everything, and he's a teacher too. And bear in mind when I say this and why I say this, right? He's a teacher among those many labels, but above all of these labels, he's an educator. All right, so I'm drawing a difference. I'm marking a difference between teacher and educator, and I think that's very important for a character like Dr. Ratio, because there are many teachers that you can be a teacher without being an educator, and you can be an educator without necessarily being a teacher. But Ratio is a teacher, but at his core, he's a teacher because he's an educator. He's a philosopher because he's an educator. He is a thinker, he's a mathematician because he's an educator. His entire thing is an educated pursuit. And when you think about it from that perspective, right from the get-go too, right? Doesn't it kind of make sense why he's not looked upon by Noose and the Genius Society the club of super geniuses that care about nothing but being a genius? It's because he doesn't care about being smart. He doesn't care that, or it's not the most important thing to him that he's talented and he's intelligent and he's creative and his extraordinarily intellect or all of his achievements. What matters to him, and what pisses him off really too, it's this thing he's so passionate about, is his educational pursuit. It's the fact that people are fucking stupid and he wants to figure out how to deal with that. Is the difference that an educator wrote a book? No, the difference is an educator is not... An educator educates, a teacher teaches. And there's a fine difference between teaching and educating. Teaching can be done through... But then there are different styles of teaching, you can say, maybe. And it's not mutually exclusive, but educator and teacher are not mutually exclusive terms, mutually exclusive practices. But there are differences that are worth noting. One of the ways I like to think of this difference is a teacher's goal is to instill into students knowledge, whereas that may not necessarily be the case for an educator. Ratio likes to spread knowledge. Knowledge is important, but that is not Ratio's ultimate goal. Ratio's ultimate goal isn't going around giving you top 50 anime facts. Like, that's not, or like top 10 pieces of trivia about X thing or planet or that's not what he's doing. That's not what he's doing. His educational goal is a bit more than just, here's things you should know, even though that's a very important part of it. But his whole thing is trying to get you to think for yourself. He's trying to get people to pick themselves up after mistakes and think and critically think about what the situation they're in, what the problems are, and how to deal with those problems. I would pull up the story quests, but it's kind of annoying to go through the whole story and quote and reference as we go by it right now. I could do that if you want, if you really want me to, or you can also just kind of take my word for it if you haven't played it or you haven't played it in a long while, that in the story quest where you introduce the Dr. Ratio, he's kind of just standing there most of the time. And when you ask him for help, he kind of goes you should figure it out yourself. I'm here to make sure that you don't endanger yourself and the rest of the world. And so when necessary, I will jump in. But beyond that, you're going to have to figure this out. This is part of your growth as a person, is what he says. That is his educational thing. And that's why he's not merely a teacher. He's not merely a teacher. That's very important. So it's not quite the last sentence there where, the description goes, he seeks to distribute knowledge to the entire universe to cure the persistent disease named ignorance. I think distributing knowledge is a thing he's doing, but that's not his goal. His goal is the latter half, right? To cure the ignorance. But you don't cure ignorance just by distributing knowledge, although distributing knowledge may be a key part of it, right? Anyways, all that said and done, this is our introduction to this character. in terms of like, it's this and we see the Greek aesthetic inspired by him, right? But look at the image. They're like, anything noteworthy to say? No, it's just, you know, it's Greek in it. And there's some math formulas and equations. That's the shallow aesthetic part of it. That's just trying to show you that, hey, this guy's really smart, okay? Like, this is just there to tell you he's smart. Okay, what do we do next? Let's watch his trailers. I guess we can do that next. Let me just...
Hi gang, sorry I was napping and forgot LOL.
I don't know. We're right in the middle of, not really middle. Is it middle? I don't know how long I've been going on for. But I'm yapping about Dr. Ratio. Can you beat Hunger Star Rail's at Dr. Ratio main 4 days ago? 24,000 views? Fuck, if only I could just suck it up and do like do videos like that. Oh, I'd be able to pay rent. Alright, whatever. We can talk about his metaphysics of bathing as well. We can talk about that later. I gotta mute this first. Okay. Okay. Let me just show you the trailer and then I'll talk a bit about it.
Knowledge is as vast as the universe.
Are we gonna be quizzed on this afterwards? No, you're not. I would just hope that you learn something if you want, okay? There's not much to talk about philosophically here, but I just kind of want to watch it. I'm going to be honest with you.
Knowledge is as vast as the universe itself. And within the Intelligentsia Guild there is a figure. Exceptional. Maverick.
That's his voice?
No, that's the announcer. That's not his voice.
Whose every action radiates a quiet grandeur.
Ignorance is a malady that must be cured. I am Veritas Ratio, a scholar and educator. Should your mind exhibit symptoms of dullness, feel free to give the doctor a call. You learn to know yourself before your enemy.
He sounds like you. Oh, no, he doesn't.
0 points, 0
no, he
points.
Doesn't.
Next.
I'm a lot more caring in my voice, okay?
Is that all?
Alright.
Not bad. 5 points. Copying others rarely leads to improved results. Let's test your knowledge. No need to rush. Patience breeds success. Just as my calculations predicted. An interesting test of intellect.
Okay, so as opposed to what he said just now, this trailer is not really much of an interesting test of intellect. Frankly speaking, there's more intellectually interesting and stimulating things that have come out of Honkai Star Rail, honestly. We should share it. Is it the VA? No, I think he did a good job. I think he captures it perfectly. I'm not like Ratio because I'm not as upstuck as he is, okay? I'm a lot more I'm a lot less ivory tower. I sound a lot less ivory tower than he does, okay? He kind of does sound... No, he doesn't. He does maybe a little bit, but like not enough that there's a similarity. Anyways, the point is, there's... What? Okay. The first thing after this video, can you see this? The first thing recommended after this video is the Adventuring trailer. All right. How's this fight mid chess? How's this him? Sorry, how is him fighting chess mid fight not intellectually stimulating? Because he's not actually playing chess. He's just like he's moving like a piece around. But apparently, someone analyzed the chess game, and it's like it's like I think it's supposed to be a reference to a very famous chess game. Not in the trailer, but in the cutscene he first appears in. But it's fucked. Like the pieces are all like rotated at an angle where it's actually not proper, I think. I don't know. Okay, so what does he say here? Knowledge is as vast as the universe itself. That's kind of a nothing burger of a sentence. That doesn't really mean much. Oh, that's not him. That's the announcer. Sorry. And within the intelligentsia guild, let me lower it and then.
Guild there is a figure.
Yeah, there's a figure. He's exceptional. He's maverick. He's luminary. His actions radiate a quiet grandeur. I think it's the comedic element of him. I don't think there's much to talk about it philosophically beyond just it's his characterization that makes him funny. Like it makes him appealing to people because he's the funny professor who's larger than life. And then it's like, oh, he's in a bathtub. Oh my god, Pog. You know, that's whatever it is. Ignorance is a malady that must be cured. I think that kind of is true, but I would be very careful with that because, and it's not Ratio saying this, but I think people who are not Ratio who kind of think that way as well, who think like ignorance is something to be cured of this world and stupidity is, you know, something along those lines, don't necessarily also subscribe to the belief that this should be cured for the sake of people. Some people like to, like, or rather, it's not often accompanied with a care for the people, the people who are victims of this ignorance, right? You will have people that echo the sentiment that ignorance is a malady that must be cured, but the difference is Ratio wouldn't kill people to deal with that, whereas some intellectuals kind of are able to, or they don't put strong enough arguments against the idea of, why don't we just fucking kill the dumb people? Why don't we just, or maybe if we don't kill them, why don't we just like stop their ability to vote? Ignorance and stupidity aren't the same thing though, no? Yeah, they're not, but like, I'm using them interchangeably here because you understand what I'm saying. I think. You understand what I'm saying? It's the wider, like, it's just the wider sense of like the intellectual, or the pursuit of like alleviating this anti-intellectualism, I suppose, is the more technical way I would put it. But again, we use these words interchangeably. Ratio more so hates people who choose to stay ignorant, if that makes sense. Yeah, but he doesn't like hate the people. He's annoyed at people, but he doesn't hate people. Does that? There is, I think, a difference. But whatever. I don't think that's a very important detail to dwell on too much until we get into later, much more nuanced discussions. But I think that would be beyond Ratio characterization and just like discussions on education as a whole. But anyways. He's Veritas Ratio. Veritas is Latin for truth. It is prominent in a lot of elitist universities and colleges who like to tout that they're better than everyone else. There's a branding of the Latin words nowadays to just imply that someone's super smart and, you know, of a higher culture. But back then, Latin was the language, was it the universal language? It was the language that Western people translated work and like texts into and from. Like it was a common language in academic study for thousands of years. Am I familiar with SCP-049? No, I'm not, sorry. Okay. What else? Scholar and educator. Yeah, so He introduces himself as a scholar and educator. I think that's fair. He is. That's who he is. The word ratio is just more. It's just like, I think it's just the stylistic choice. I don't think there's much There's too much philosophically charged in his last name. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. If your mind exhibits symptoms of dullness, give the doctor a call. Yeah, that's his thing. He's like, I'm here to cure you of your dumbassery. Know yourself before your enemy. I think he's alluding to. Wait.
Before your enemy, but it can still require
encouragement. I think the first half of that is alluding to it. If it might be a stretch, but it could be alluding to The Art of War by Sun Tzu. If not, then whatever. If not, then just ignore what I said. But he says, if you evaluate the sentence as a whole, though, you learn to know yourself for your enemy, but it requires encouragement. It can still require encouragement. Is the idea that generally people will learn themselves before they learn about the outside world. Generally, you learn about yourself before you learn about other people, and what's exterior. But that happens oftentimes naturally as well. But when that doesn't, or sometimes when it doesn't, one might need to be encouraged to endeavor upon that self-discovery. Now, me personally, I like to take this and reach very far with it because it has to do with my philosophical interests in senses of self and subjectivity, and how that sort of self-realization is a necessary, important, primordial, almost in a sense, but more than anything else, it is an existential step that one must partake in. As a key step in, not being ignorant, I suppose. And when that can't work, it must be encouraged out of, rather than, say, forced. Because it's something that deals with such a deep sense of self and subjectivity. Now, do I think that's what Ratio's saying? No, probably not. I think I'm reaching a little bit with it, but I just wanted to say that. And then he has like a thing where it's like 0 points. Fail. And that's just his professor aesthetic. There's not much to that. This is not very interesting. Just like, okay, 5 points. Copying others readily leads to improved results. That's him being an annoying teacher. That's what he is. He's doing the professor thing. that's the professor. He's just saying professor shit. He's just going like, stop using ChatGPT for your essays, you fuck. You are not gonna learn anything from it. What's the point then? Patience reach success. Okay, just generic like. And then like, yeah, Mike. Just as Mike, he pushes up. You can imagine he's like the fucking nerd glasses emoji. He pushes up his glasses. He's like, just as my calculations predicted. That's literally him. So there's not too much that's like worth saying. I will say that the tune they use, the motif here,
ignorance is a malady that must. I am veritas.
Where do you hear it best?
Should your mind exhibit
yeah, there.
Should your mind scholar and educator. Should your mind exhibit symptoms of dullness?
Wait, no, it's not this part.
Feel free.
I can't fucking. It's an idiom. Okay. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Sorry.
But it can still require encouragement. 0 points, 0 points. Next.
So that little motif, I think is like, what was it? It's the oldest, and I got this from a video. I got this from like a YouTube video. So this is not my own research. This is stolen research. Okay, it's stolen valor. But I believe the tune in his trailer is like involves the one of the oldest recorded or like written tune, like musical tunes in Western history. I think it's a musical, it's a score from like ancient Greece. I fucking don't know the music words. I am not equipped with musical vocabulary to tell you what I want to tell you and to recall what I'd learned. But I'm just saying that this is somewhat significant. That's all. You can find if you wanted to, you can go look for it. Ratio is definitely used on purpose so players can meme on the whole L plus ratio. If it is, then it's just an extraordinary coincidence that the character was designed with that in mind. Because I don't think the devs thought that. The devs had that in mind, right? I don't know. Anyways, that's this whole thing. There's some people are comparing it to Al Haytham, but whatever. I'll talk about the Al Haytham comparisons much later, and I think it should be clear what I think about them when I finish talking about Ratio. Okay, what do we go to next? I think we go to like his cutscene. Like this first bit. Interrogation? No, not the interrogation. Or maybe we can go into the interrogation briefly.
Mr. Scrollum, this was a premeditated attack.
I don't think it matters much though.
Their target was the space station, but their strategies are still unknown to us.
That's right. Which is precisely why we need her. The last to lay eyes on Herta's puppet before the attack was her.
And you are?
This is Dr. Ratio of the Intelligentsia Guild, a delegate from the IPC.
She's only just woken up, dazed. She may need a few pointers.
The game does not take him very seriously, which is fine. Like, that's funny. Where's the other thing? I think it's this, right? Yeah. There it is. This is maybe like the thing that I want to talk about.
Here, a genius move.
Yes.
How do you counter it? Only an idiot would ask such a question. Just move this here. You look distressed. Something the matter? If that's the case,
stone tablets.
You better get
you
thinking.
You know what that's going on with that.
Are you waiting for a sign? Time is ticking. Descend via the elevator. What you seek is there. Have you considered whether the answer to your question will be of any relevance to our current predicament? If a question is of no help, then don't ask it. Time is clearly precious to the both of us. Never mind. Allow me to clarify something. I know exactly who you are, and I'm aware you are in Ron May's employ. This was not my intended destination. I just happened to find my way here during my visit and saw what she was up to.
Okay, there we are. Let's back to the game now. So what we can talk about briefly, before we move on to some of his other like information and kit and like lore and details, is like philosophically, right? Because like in other aspects, I'm not really that interested in for this stream and for eventually when I write and script that video I'm gonna do. I don't think I'll pay much attention to Ratio's whole holier than thou professor, like smarter than you Mundanite aesthetic is juxtaposed with the fact that he himself thinks of himself as part of as a Mundanite. This is what he claims himself to be. You'll see later in dialogues lines as well. And that creates a comedic tension, first of all, which is just enjoyable to watch. But second of all, that paradox is really interesting philosophically. Like, how can you claim and in all of your appearances be this, smart, super intelligent person and claim to be a teacher and claim to claim to be an educator and claim to want to solve ignorance, but also claim to yourself be a Mundanite, like, you know, as like, you know, you're not godlike in your intelligence, you are an ordinary person, is like essentially what he's saying. There's a very interesting parallel you can draw between that and Socrates in the Platonic dialogues as like a philosopher, I guess. It's enjoyable, it's humorous, and it's also philosophically charged. It's like when someone has a superiority and inferiority complex at the same time. No, not exactly. It's that the irony is teased out, one, because it's just funny, but two, because it invokes... It's almost like a... I don't want to say it's a tool necessarily, but like it's like an art form that invites you, the person, to laugh at it and to engage with it in a way that involves your presence. You are meant to look at Ratio and think this question. You are meant to, in your head, now pop up, oh, hold on. Why does there seem to be a contradiction? Why does there seem to be a contradiction between the way he acts and the way he speaks, or the way it seems like his goal is? That is maybe my best attempt right now to try to bring you from a funny Honkai Star Rail character to a Kierkegaardian conception of Socratic irony. Socratic irony. Did that work? Probably not. But, you know, if I do that enough times, you'll get it. But no, like, Socrates lives in irony. At least that's, like, a philosophical interpretation I enjoy very much. And that interpretation is very much paralleled in so much of Ratio's characterization that I kind of have to talk about. Even if, as far as I'm concerned, the devs have no idea. Or maybe they have fully intended this. No goddamn clue. I wish there was an interview with whoever wrote this guy. Anyways, that's, I think, the broader philosophical stroke we can draw from his characterization now, is like, there's an interesting contradiction set that is funny, like it's humorous and entertaining, but also something that invites you to think and engage with. And that, I think, is on a meta level what the writers are doing with the character that the character himself wants to do. In other words, Dr. Ratio is a character that wants to make you think, and the devs write his portrayal and his appearance in a way that does that too. And I think that's really, really cool. I think it falls off, like, pretty much post-Penacony, that any semblance of good characterization from Ratio is just gone, because frankly speaking, I don't think he's an easy character to write. But it is what it is. Just ignore that. Just ignore that. Don't think he's memey on purpose, he's just eccentric. He's not memey on purpose, like, on his own purpose. He's not trying to be... Ratio is not trying to be funny. He is just eccentric. But Honkai Star Rail devs, writers, are trying to make him funny. They are not just eccentric. They're clearly making him funny. They want to make him a funny character. That's not all he is. It's not just he is just a funny character. It's just the humor is a part of his character. Which, I would say, contrary to what you might think, is actually philosophically interesting. That humor is a strong part. That an eccentric sense of humor is a part of this character's pull, but at the same time is something that the character himself wills to do. It's not like he's accidentally put in situations that make him appear foolish, and maybe that's the juxtaposition. No. He does things that might contradict himself. Like, these are conscious decisions he makes. That's fucking this is maybe a bit heavier stuff. But I did do like 2 degrees in philosophy, so I can say with some degree of authenticity that they're kind of cooking here. I have an out there theory he might be a Sumeru cut character, but Sumeru is not like Greece. So I would just say no immediately. I don't know. You might have some things that justify it. Think I get what you mean? That's good. You don't have to get it immediately. It's just like, I'm trying to show you why I love this character so much. And everything about this character that I love. And that will involve interpretations I make that might be reaching and out there that frankly are just more my interpretations that tell you more about me than they do about this character. Such is the way of making philosophical interpretation. He's not an easy character to write yet, but we know that the writers are able to write complex, intelligent characters like Herd and Axis. I don't really understand why they don't do something with them. Please refer to my copium answer, is because he plays a very important role at the end of it, and he cannot show up now because, you know, there's something important he will do. Now, what that may be, I'll get to later. I'll get to it in a bit, but I'll give you a little bit of a teaser now for what I think. Is in my opinion, Amphorius, or not in my opinion, but in my speculation, as someone who's only done the story up until you unlock Remembrance Trailblazer, and that's it. I haven't done any story post that. My guesswork is that the tale of Amphorius, excuse me, just burped, excuse me. The tale of Amphorius will involve the philosophical idea of recollection in some way, and Platonic ideals in some way, and juggle the metaphysics of the is it real, is it fake, what does it mean to be real and fake. And there's supposed to be sort of like a, I guess in cruder words, thought experiment that is very largely involved with the characters in this story. I don't know like how it would happen, but I really think that's the case. And I think it's entirely possible. And if that were the case, a character like Dr. Ratio needs to be the vessel for which we understand that. I can't think of another character that would do that. So, or not do that, but like, you know, would be a good bridge for us as the audience to view the story. It's a peculiar thing in Plato's dialogues, but like the idea of recollection, but I would probably be qualified to engage in a discussion with it, but I don't think I'd be qualified to give a lecture on it, so I'm not going to. Let's go to the information before we go to traces, I guess. Yeah. Dr. Ratio, The Hunt, Intelligentsia Guild, obtained on 2024. Oh, right! One more thing about his, like, external, maybe, like, presence before it's diving in, like, before kind of getting into the game. He was given out for free. He was the first character given out for free by Honkai Star Rail, like 5-star limited character. And it was funny the way they packaged it. Like, I think the reason they did that is because they were trying to borrow goodwill from people, essentially, because of the accelerated release of gacha characters that people need to spend money to get gems to pull on. And they were releasing characters much more, like, much faster than Genshin released characters. I think till this day, every patch has had at least 2 new characters from Honkai Star Rail, I think. But anyways, they chose to give Ratio out for free, in my opinion, not out of the kindness of their hearts, but I think it was a good marketing decision, and it was a good way to garner interest and player engagement right before they dropped their first big expansion, which is Penacone. I just think all the business ideas made sense, that people who are going like, Genshin could never, Honkai Star Rail devs love us. I just don't. Maybe I'm cynical, but I think they gave him out for free just because, like, Otherwise, there would have been a lot more burnout and a lot more, or not burnout, but like it would have been a lot more difficult for people to cope with the expanding collection of characters at a rate that was much faster than Genshin Impact, which is like its sister game, right? But when they gave him out, there was a big emphasis on like the Dr. Ratio, like in character, right? They wanted to say that, well, Dr. Ratio just believes that everyone is entitled to a free education, so he has joined everyone's Honkai Star Rail accounts because he's here to spread knowledge and to remove your ignorance. And it's like, that's funny. It's fine. It's a good in-character reason to give to give away a free 5-star. Does that, yeah. Does that make sense? Beyond that, I don't think there's much to talk about. His stance on like education should be free and accessible to all is, while I don't think is a very explicitly stated thing. Like I don't think he explicitly goes like education should be free. He doesn't say that because there's no such thing as a universal education when you are literally dealing with the universe that exists in the way Honkai Star Rail's universe does. But if you imagine that Star Rail took place just on planet Earth and nowhere else, then Ratio would be the type of character to say, you know. Kind of a spoiler for the quest, but do you think his involvement could be more from the outside kind, like of the Herda? Yeah, like I'm coping, but am I really, when I say that the case is just that he hasn't appeared yet and the devs don't want to spoil it? In the fantasy future, education isn't free. No, it's just like a bit more complicated because like, where do you go to school when your planet is in ruins and is like permanently screwed over by like bounty hunters or something? I don't know, like different planets are plagued by different things. And then like a big international or interterrestrial megacorp wants to just buy it up and then offer to bring you to school, but it's not school, it's like business school, so you can get training to be like a sales agent as a part of their departments. It's like it's brilliantly dystopian, maybe is the word, not dystopic. And very entertaining, but ultimately, you know, it's a fantasy space game. How do you offer free education that's standardized? It makes no damn sense. So it's not like it's not free. It's just like it's not accessible. And it's hard to conceive how a model of education could be made accessible to universally speaking. Anyways, character introduction. Member of the Intelligentsia Guild, eccentric temperament, sharp-tongued but with an elegant demeanor. The face under the strange alabaster head sculpture is apparently unexpectedly heavy. That bit's just like, yeah, we want to get defended. Okay, these are his voice lines and this is his story. Let's go through his stories first. Character details. A candid and self-assured Intelligentsia Guild member who often conceals his appearance with a strange sculpture. He demonstrated unparalleled intelligence and talent since his youth, but now refers to himself as a Mundanite, firmly believing that intellect and creativity are not confined to genius. He seeks to distribute knowledge to the entire universe to cure the persistent disease named ignorance. We know that. Okay. Story part 1. Veritas Ratio, who calls himself Dr. Ratio, is as contentious as his research. In Ratio's homeworld, there are no less than 8 documentaries detailing his legendary exploits and over a dozen memoirs about him. However, despite the plethora of commentaries, none of them seem to provide a compelling perspective. To fill this void, I personally visited Professor Rond, who had a significant influence on Ratio's upbringing. Though advanced in years and unable to speak coherently, Professor Rond couldn't contain his excitement at the mention of Ratio's name. With the help of his family and students, I obtained a yellowed yet remarkably well-preserved letter of recommendation. To the respected admission committee of the University of Veritas Prime. I am Rond, Professor Emeritus of the Department of Mathematics at the Cosmos Liberty University. Given your institution's reputation for valuing talents and education, I would like to recommend a student named Ratio to advance his studies at your university. Although Ratio is a secondary school student at the moment, his mastery of math, physics, and even philosophy has far exceeded the requirements for an undergraduate degree in many universities. While he was under my tutelage, Ratio managed to solve complicated mathematical equations at an unexpectedly staggering speed. The undergraduates in my class struggled to even comprehend the concept. Out of curiosity, I shared a manuscript about an equation named Ron's conjecture in private. Although I'm the one who proposed the equation, I've been unable to prove it. After days of discussion, Ratio came up with a brilliant and stunning idea that managed to finally prove the equation in one strike. The paper will be published shortly, and you will see that I am speaking the truth. Ratio showed remarkable perception, curiosity, and creativity during the time we spent together. He wakes up early every morning to exercise before diving straight into the sea of knowledge afterward. Perhaps he's exactly what everyone would picture a genius to be: passionate, profound, fervent, and inherently dominating. Due to the lack of more advanced science programs at local schools, I sincerely hope that your esteemed institution will accept Ratio's enrollment. I can vouch for him on my reputation that he will definitely achieve accomplishments that transcend this era and bring glory to your widely renowned institution. Best wishes, Rond. Philosopher Calendar, XX date. Extracted from page 9, Wisdom as a Privilege, Decoding Doctorate. Is there much to talk about here? Not really. They mention that he's good at philosophy, but they don't really demonstrate that what exactly it is he's good at. I would bet that it's when he was a secondary student, his mastery of math and physics makes sense to me as like just a mind that is extremely like, that isn't like fantastic grasp of logic, or at least like classical logic, and that extends really well into intros into philosophy, or like writing philosophical arguments and dismantling and approaching philosophical arguments. There's a good amount, for example, when you do a philosophy degree, oftentimes in the first year you will have mandatory courses on logic. It's an important feature. So when they say he's good at philosophy here, I think that's what they mean, but beyond that, or rather, I'm not sure what they would mean otherwise. Okay, part 2. After acquiring his 8th doctoral degree, Ratio was awarded the first-class honors degree that had been left vacant for 2 amber eras in the University of Veritas Prime. Even many years later, this achievement remained unparalleled in the history of the university and was likely to remain unmatched for generations to come. At that time, Ratio was already a prominent figure in society, but there were varying opinions about him among his teachers and peers. This is the electronic copy of some valuable information I got. Campus highlights. First-class honors degree awarded to Veritas Ratio. And this is like a blog post, I think, is what this is, or like a Facebook post, whatever the hell they were using. First-class honors degree of our university has been vacant for 2 amber eras, will soon be awarded to Veritas Ratio in recognition of his outstanding achievements in the field of biology, medicine, natural theology, philosophy, mathematics, physics, engineering, etc. Given his remarkable contribution to the subject of energy sources on the planet, Veritas Ratio will be granted direct eligibility for teaching. Professor Velita, Department of Mathematics. Congratulations to Ratio. He deserves all the glory for his diligence and intelligence. Do you still remember how he put on a headgear? To keep away from all external distractions and completely focus on thinking? Who else in the world could manage that? Although Ratio was my student for some time, I'm afraid I actually learned more from him than I would have taught him. Ratio was a breath of fresh air at the University of Veritas Prime with his honesty and straightforwardness. We should all be grateful to him. Agree 1000 plus, disagree 2. Philosophy delinquent, shouldn't be a member of the Genius Society already? Agree, disagree. Physics is beautiful. Rumor has it that some congressman's son attended a class where Ratio was the TA. The guy tossed some cash on Ratio, trying to bribe him for a pass. Ratio came down hard on the guy and threw him out of the classroom. That's right, he literally threw him. What a god among men. And then there's a bit more disagreement here, which is funny. I think that's hilarious. Fair market loser. I once went to a class where he was a TA and couldn't wrap my head around what he was saying. I held on to the end and scored 0. I count myself lucky that my score wasn't negative. You mean like if you ever cried because of his scolding? Is it true that he showers with his headgear on? He's not that great, is he? I could do the same if I just work harder. 0, 1, 1000. I like to believe that the 1 is Ratio himself. Like, contrary to what you may think, when someone, like the hater comment that's like, he's not that good, I can do that just the same if I work hard. I feel like Ratio would agree. Ratio would go like, yeah, you can do that too if you just work harder, but you should be working harder. That's the idea. So he would actually agree to that. He would stand opposed to the whole, like, the idea that someone's a genius and super talented and smart, and you stand no chance of being as smart as them. Like, he stands very much opposed to the the natural talent more than the hard work and effort. And then there's like the other things. According to stats, he's taught 52 courses in his tenure. The course is known to be harsh and challenging, have a completion rate of no more than 3%. Almost all students who made it to the end have become experts in certain fields. I kind of had a teacher, lecturer, whatever, like a teacher, lecturer that was a bit like Ratios, in the sense that like he wouldn't, I think if someone tried to bribe him, he would probably actually throw them out. But no one did, thankfully. But people were intimidated by him. It was a philosophy class. People were super intimidated by one of my profs back then, and he made it a big deal that like it's not supposed to be easy, and if you came in expecting it to be just like the other courses that are much easier, then you're fucking wrong, kiddo. This is gonna actually challenge you, and that's the whole point. Christian might not be humble in terms of personality, but he's down to earth as fuck. I think you could be both. I think you can be both arrogant and down to earth. You can be arrogant in the sense that you are very confident in your own abilities, perhaps even to a point of overconfidence, but I don't think he's ever overconfident. I think he's just appropriately confident. But he's also down to earth because he doesn't let his competence distract himself from what his goals are, as you can see later, right? Like, but you can kind of see, okay, something to note here, maybe not here, but in part 1, maybe, as we go further into his character stories, that I want to keep in everyone's mind, right? Is his, where is it? Oh, is it here or later? No, where is it? Anyways, it's the, yeah, sorry. His first class honors is awarded to him in recognition of his achievements in these fields. And they specifically list most of these. Makes sense that these are all based in knowledge and like a proficient adeptness at logic, if that makes sense. A lot of these are very much like, I hate to say it, but like quote unquote classic smart subjects, right? That's, I think you can choose to interpret it as just, oh, they're trying to just show how smart he is and how many PhDs he has. But I think what ties all of these together though is, where is it, this bit later? Yeah, is his contributions to the subject of energy sources on the planet. Where, I don't know if they elaborate on this further. Sorry, I'm losing my words because it's a bit late and I'm a little tired and sleepy, but I'm gonna power through this and yap about everything and before I go and turn off the stream, okay? The important thing to note in all these fields and in this, specific contribution for why he's awarded this is that this is all ultimately selfless. He's smart and he knows he's smart and he knows that what he knows is beyond a lot of people. And he's very confident in the things he says. But really, all of his efforts are concentrated in the betterment of humanity. You can see here. Like, it's literally him figuring out probably a renewable, or, I think so at least, energy source for the planet that he was on. All of this, all of his acquisition of knowledge is for the purpose of betterment, not for the purpose of itself or for the purpose of something selfish. It is ultimately a selfless endeavor. And, this is a theme with the character that I think is very important to pay attention to. This is what separates him from characters like Alhaitham, from another Hoyoverse game, Genshin Impact. Because Alhaitham is ultimately, like, he cares about the greater good, but Alhaitham is very lazy. Alhaitham is a very lazy character. He's very proficient and he will not do more than he has to do. That's his whole thing. Ratio is not like that. Ratio goes above and beyond to pursue his goal. And this is what he's like, and this goal is like the overall wider betterment of humanity. Is natural theology a real subject? I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Is there like a course on it right now you could take? Let's see. Natural theology. I think it's like, so I'm on like Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. I want to say that it's like God-based metaphysics, but that might be like really wrong, and another philosophy major might come and correct me and tell me how much of it. I'm just gonna read out the beginning paragraph here. The term natural religion is sometimes taken to refer to a pantheistic doctrine according to which nature itself is divine. Natural theology, by contrast, originally referred to and still sometimes refers to the project of arguing for the existence of God on the basis of observed natural facts. However, in contemporary philosophy, both natural religion and natural theology typically refer to the project of using the cognitive faculties that are natural to human beings, so reasoning, sense perception, introspection, to investigate religious or theological matters. Natural religion or theology on the present understanding is thus not limited to empirical inquiry into nature, and it is not wedded to a pantheistic result. It does, however, avoid appeals to special non-natural faculties, ESP, telepathy, I don't even know why they listed that, or supernatural sources of information, sacred text, revealed theology, creedal authorities, direct supernatural communication. So whereas if you were studying theology, you would maybe refer to or think about God in relation to religious text and faith-based arguments and things. Natural theology would be a pursuit of the questions about such a thing as a God or like an omniscient and like greater being, not through leaps in logic, but from the ground up of, okay, what can you, through the power of your faculties of reason, get to? Does that make sense? In other words, all of this is supposed to just show how his mind is very sharp. That's just kind of what it's for. He does talk at some point in a chat message with the Trailblazer that he's looking to making the train run on an alternative unlimited energy source or something. Yeah, he does. Definitely. Absolutely, yes. I'm more of an Al Haytham than Ratio. I tend to do the bare minimum. Honestly, me too. I wish I could be more like Ratio, but I wish I could also be a little less like Ratio. Purely because I think Ratio... Here's what I think about Ratio. I think Ratio wrote half the equation. He wrote a whole equation, and I think he got half the equation... Like, he wrote the equation on the greatest purpose in existence. And, like, I think he got half of that equation super correct. And that's more correct than anyone else in his, like... in a fictional video game context has ever gotten to. Okay? He got half the equation correct, but I'm here to correct the other half. That's what I like to think I'm doing. Anyways, let's get to part 3. It just sounded like an in-game field of study in like a Disco Elysium. It is a real study. It's a real study, but it's like a bit archaic, I suppose. No, it's not. I take that back. It's not archaic. It's not archaic. It's just a little less common, maybe, than what it used to be. Anyways, it is widely speculated that Ratio aspires to join the Genius Society, though he has never spoken about the subject. No matter how amazing Ratio's accomplishments are in the eyes of the ordinary, Noose has never batted an eye at him. This issue has become a much discussed mystery in the academic community over time. I reached out to Margaret, a former assistant of Ratio, and gathered some valuable testimony from her. Mr. Ratio has never talked about the Genius Society with me, but there's something I remember well, even till today. It happened when I was still Mr. Ratio's academic assistant. I'm mainly responsible for managing his correspondences to and from all over the cosmos, and handling his interactions with the outside world. One day, I received a letter from Interastral Peace Corporation, I think. It was during the successful test firing of the anti-planetary weapon Mr. Ratio had worked on for years. I could tell the solemnity of the invitation, so I excitedly passed it on to Mr. Ratio. Yet he said nothing. I could sense his heavy silence even through the headgear. He then politely asked me to leave. The moment I closed the door, I heard a grim sigh followed by self-deprecating laughter. Perhaps he realized he would never be accepted into the G. The rest is history. In my view, Mr. Ratio is a genius in the truest sense of the word, as his inventions have propelled many worlds forward. Is a scholar who heals the universe destined to be worth less than a genius who is confined to their own ivory tower? Sorry, I'm getting a little worked up. Please remove that statement. And they didn't remove that statement. How could they? From my observation, many of Dr. Ratio's supporters feel sorry for him like Margaret. In their opinion, the society's failure to admit someone like Ratio is a manifestation of the eccentricity and narrow-mindedness of geniuses. Here's what I have to say about that. I said it earlier because I forgot where it was exactly that I mentioned this, because I read all of this. It's just a while ago, so I don't remember where it is. Right? I've just sort of gathered the information in my head. But the reason he has not been accepted into the Genius Society, and this is a hot topic in universe. People talk about it, right? I've said it earlier, but I'll say it again. This is because, in my opinion, as I would argue, right, he is ultimately a selfless being, and that is exactly what's stopping him. That's what the game's trying to get us to think, right? That's what the devs are trying to write. Yeah. So is it it's not like it's not a society's failure to admit him. I just think that he is not what the society is looking for, despite what it may seem. And that is interesting. And it's so I've talked about this in lore. I want to just take one step back and talk about this in a meta sense. Okay, are you ready for this? I want to talk about this, why the devs or writers chose to write something like this as part of the characterization of Veritas Ratio. This is supposed to get you, the audience, I think, right? It's supposed to get you to really think about the difference between this character and the other geniuses, like the Hertas, like the Screwlums. You are supposed to, through this dialogue, through this text, draw a contrast between him and the other geniuses, because that is precisely what makes him him. It's precisely what makes Veritas Ratio like this unique and interesting character. Is because even though it may seem like an outward appearance, he is, a genius just like them. He's widely accomplished. He's extraordinarily intelligent. He's very knowledgeable. He's got 11 PhDs or whatever. What separates him from them is his attitude towards his pursuit of knowledge, and like how he relates to his own pursuit of knowledge and what it's ultimately all for. And that is the most important part of his character. It's not that he's smart. It's that he has made it he's very strongly made it his purpose to better humanity intellectually as an educator. That's the character. He's not if you describe him as smart, like, you're not wrong, but that's not the whole picture. Because Herta is smart as well. Screwlum is a very smart character, if you want to think of it that way, but like, you're not getting to the meat of it. And this story is supposed to help you as the audience get to the meat of this character. Like this, you're supposed to kind of get to the core of him. This is the core of him. Can't stand the geniuses, IMO. I could never bring myself to like Herta or Ron May, let alone the more crazy individuals in society like Polka Kakamon. I love them as characters. I don't know if like that's if I'm agreeing or disagreeing with you, because I think in real life I would hate them. Yeah, in real life, because in real life I know those people. I have like studied with and worked with these people. I have studied with Hertas and Rabes who are like, bent on nothing but just themselves, like their own experiments and their own minds and their own like perceptions of things rather than people in actuality. But they're fucking great characters. Great characters, just insufferable. I think they're like, I don't know, I love watching them in game. I think they're in the video game, in the story. I enjoy whenever they show up. I think I love them. I've heard as well. She's also a fun character. I don't love nearly as much as Ratio, but I don't love any character as much as Ratio. So it's kind of hard to like compare. It's so hard to compare. Like Ratio is beyond just gotcha character for me. He's like a part of my soul at this point. It's crazy how much this guy has been consumed in me. Anyways, yeah, the geniuses are totally insufferable, and they're like annoying as hell, and they're so full of themselves. That's why I love it. They're so entertaining to watch. So good. Anyways, let's get to the last part of the story. Many believe that after joining the Intelligentsia Guild, Ratio will learn to smooth out his sharp personality to adapt to the guild's practical and simplistic academic environment. But I must say Ratio is still his old self. Below is the original excerpt from the internal records that I've transcribed. Respondent Veritas Ratio. Subject Logical Epistemology. Chairman of the committee, Roseth. Transcriber Moroway. Defense transcript. Okay. Mr. Ratio, your paper is exceptional. Thank you for your presentation. Now we will open the floor for questions. There was silence. Well, I'll do the honor then. I fully concur with your main ideas, but there's a detail that I find slightly confusing. Sorry, before we continue, epistemology is the study of knowledge. Right? Is it? I get words mixed up, so let me check. It's the philosophical study of knowledge. Yeah, it's the theory of knowledge. It's like, how does one acquire knowledge? How does one learn something? How does one gain new fact in head? And how does one know it is fact? Like, to set the stage for like a discussion of epistemology, let me ask you a question, live stream viewer. When someone gives you information, how do you know that information is true? So, okay, let me put it another way. Maybe that doesn't quite hit. Okay. If I were to tell you this is a terrible time to blank out on epistemological examples. If I were to tell you there's like that the Earth revolves around the sun, how do you know that what I just told you is true? Because I could be lying to you, right? I could just have made up a lie. The only way for you to have, like, the only way for you to know that what I just told you is true is if you knew already that it was true. Otherwise, like, if you don't know what is true and what's not, I just told you some shit. Like, you don't know that. You're kind of just taking my word for it. You kind of just believe me. But you don't know that that's true. That's not knowledge, is it? Like, how do you know that the Earth revolves around the sun? In a heliocentrism. Is it heliocentrism, or is it like, or is that the other one? I forget. Let me look it up. Heliocentrism is astronomical, where the sun is considered the center of the solar system. Yeah. So, like, how do you buy into the heliocentrism idea as knowledge? Because if I'm telling you this and you go, oh, I now know this is knowledge, the only way you could have known is if you had previously already known that this is true. Otherwise, you couldn't confirm that it was true. Observation is using scientific method. Yeah, that's one way to do it, yeah. Doing extra research yourself. Yeah. It sounds plausible, verifying with other sources. This all kind of lies in fuck, what's the word? It starts with the E. I hate myself that I can't remember that word. It's not epistemic, but it's like a lot of you guys' answers kind of revolve around making observations in the world. And that's one way to do it. But so that is, you would then have to subscribe to some level of knowledge is acquired through observations in the world. And that is going to invite its own set of difficult problems to deal with. I'm not going to throw them all at you today. It's just, that's the sort of warm up to it, okay? The stars and the fact that we have seasons are evidence, but could it not be explained by something else? Like, it could be explained by a heliocentric model through what we have, and it could be a very good explanation. But could you not imagine there being a bigger, or like, an explanation, or something that can't, something as a part of the heliocentric explanation that can't quite explain another phenomenon that we find? I think if I were a more physics oriented person, and I'm not, I've sucked ass at physics, but person that would raise this example, but it is kind of, there's a sort of there's a movement in the head that's a bit like the transition from Newtonian physics to quantum physics, where a Newtonian model works for a lot of stuff until it doesn't, and then you have to rethink everything now from like a quantum perspective, and then you can imagine a movement like that for other things too. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at physics. I personally don't really deal with epistemology that much because I think it doesn't lead to a lot of action. But I'm very like, I don't know. I'm only 60 years young. I've got a lot of time to figure stuff out and to dive into stuff. When I get more into epistemology, I'll let everyone know. Depending on the time period, because societal factors could influence someone to believe the stars aren't stars. Exactly. So it's like, it's like, can you not imagine that in another 100 years we'll get a paradigm shift? 25, 50, I don't know, and however many long. We don't know that. Or do we know that? Can we count that as knowledge? Can we count everyone who, like, you know, hundreds and thousands of years ago thought that everything revolved around the Earth? And when they made observations about that, can we count what they made as the observations they made as knowledge? Because they were confirming, they were saying shit like, well, yeah, we know that the sun revolves around the Earth, and we can tell by the evidence and the facts that when we look up in the sky, the sun goes from one way to another way. So it's spinning around us. Like that's the evidence. That's the scientific proof at the time, and it was. In that case, did the knowledge shift once people had more advanced equipment and were able to make more educated guesses on what was going on, and eventually into making more educated observations? Can we then lay claim to knowledge about how the universe works when we can't explain shit like dark matter? When we can't explain certain things? How can we lay claim any knowledge at all if there are parts of the picture that are blacked out? Right? Those are the questions that epistemology deals with, some of them. And I personally don't really like them too much because I feel as though it's not the most important thing we could be discussing. But it's fun. It's fun to think about. And I think it's not useless. I don't think it's useless. I don't think it's a waste of time to talk about epistemology. It's just, I want to spend my time on something else. That's all. Thing with epistemology is that it kind of just falls back into the question of how do you know that? And that's what makes it almost annoying to discuss. It's a little... Look, the way you said it is kind of uncharitable, but I kind of agree with the sentiment. It's a bit uncharitable. I think there are good things that come out of it, and it's not just annoying, and it doesn't just fall back into how do you know that. I think that's a little rudimentary, but like if I'm gonna be real with you, and if I'm gonna be an irresponsible representation of philosophical discourse, then yeah, like I feel the same. From the theology standpoint, you can also believe the world being held up by nothing along with the sun in relation to it as a statement, because it says that in the Bible. It gets confusing when you, think about epistemology and interdisciplinarily. all I will say to prime you for this discussion is that it's gonna sound like a lot of nothing if you really think about it, probably. Alright, let's go into it. Anyway, so Ratio's paper is excellent. Opening the floor to questions. No one wants to take them? Alright, Roseth will take them, right? I fully concur with your main ideas, but there's a detail that I find slightly confusing. Ratio. Whenever someone agrees with me, I feel like I must be wrong. My question is, why do you think knowledge is a privilege? Dear Professor Roseth, your question indicates that you haven't fully grasped the content of my paper and do not understand the deductive methods I employed. To put it simply, you would be a great example. Your inability to comprehend my ideas shows precisely that knowledge is not for everyone. If ignorance is an ailment, it is the duty of scholars to weed it out and heal the universe. Veritas Ratio walked to the podium, facing the crowd. So, ladies and gentlemen, turning a blind eye to the folly of others is not an etiquette, but a wicked worldly practice. To spread knowledge, we must first make people realize their folly. The same surely applies to the scholars of the guild. Roseth shrugged and smiled bitterly. Veritas Ratio left amid the commotion. Remark, a passionate hand holding an icy sword. That is probably the best way to describe Mr. Veritas Ratio. By blending logic, passion, and the art of criticism into one, Ratio presents to us how a great thinker perceives and reacts to ignorance. We strongly believe that the addition of Mr. Veritas Ratio will bring immeasurable benefits to the Intelligentsia Guild. Committee decision approved unanimously. There are words about a mysterious organization within the Intelligentsia Guild called the Council of Mundanites and houses the brightest minds of the guild. The fact that Ratio calls himself a Mundanite seems to affirm the rumor. It is hard not to read something into the organization's name given Ratio's entangled history with the Genius Society. The mundane, as opposed to the ingenious, often has to make enormous efforts and sacrifices just to catch up with the latter. Is Ratio calling himself mundane a form of submission, mockery, or declaration of war? Anyway, he does live up to his name of Dr. Ratio with his dedication to curing ill minds. Okay, so that's not really an epistemological discussion. I'm going to be real with you. That's not what that is about. That's not what that is. This is not really it. Maybe the paper kind of involved some level of epistemological discourse, but if so, it's very, very elementary. Okay. I don't know, man. The orb covered this. It's the heliocentrism left my brain last week. I watched the no, I haven't watched the anime yet, but like I've been meaning to watch the anime. My friends watched it because they couldn't wait for me to watch it. I gotta catch up. I'm so looking forward to watching Orb though. It looks like such an interesting show I should watch. Anyways, this is not okay. Here is where one of my biggest disagreements with Ratio lies. Now, I've so far pretty much for everything I've said. Ratio, my goat, I love him. He's so based. Everything he says is true and real as fuck. Here's where I kind of disagree with him, and I think it's a strong disagreement too. Like, I think it's not something I can just... Like, I think it's a significant disagreement. While I do agree that knowledge is oftentimes gatekept, and the elitism that comes with that is, you know, insufferable, and not just that, but also like evil. It is a wicked worldly practice. Like, that's pretty real. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is wicked. It's absolutely true. But I do think Ratio plays an angle that's like that kind of presumes in the implication of his words, and I'm just reading into these implications, right? I don't know if that's what he truly thinks, and I think we have enough really nuanced discourse with him to fully grasp it, right? But does he assume that once this disease of ignorance is cured, that everyone in the world will agree with him? What differences will there be? Right? There's a huge contrast he draws between people with knowledge and people without, people who are ignorant and people who are privileged to this knowledge. But knowledge is just knowledge. It doesn't lend itself to the same beliefs and systems. Does he believe that in a metaphysics where if you get everything right and you think about every detail reasonably and logically, everyone should come to the same conclusions? Is there no way for there to be philosophical interpretation that differs, but not because of a lack of knowledge, but in maybe the way we choose to interpret it, that would cause significant disagreement? Ratio doesn't really get into this. Ratio doesn't really cover it. Ratio kind of like, he strikes me a little bit as like if everyone was as smart as me, they would all agree with me. That's kind of what Ratio strikes me as. Which might not be true, but it's certainly the way I'm reading him right now. Or I have been reading him the past year. Do we ever get to that, like, nuanced discussion? No, because this is a fucking gotcha game where, like, he throws a chalk at someone and goes, and, like, what's the NL clip? What's the NL clip? Where he goes, like, wait, I gotta find it. I gotta find the NL clip. Give me a second.
Physics, bitch.
Where does he say it? No, where does he say
Jesse
it?
Pinkman finally choosing his major after his sophomore year of college. Physics, bitch. And she kept doing like cogito ergo sum, and it was like a facts and logic, and people were getting blown the fuck out by facts and logic, and I was like, bro, I think I get it, man. That's a character named Dr. Ratio. It seems like whatever she was playing, she's doing like it's Slay the Spire, but like marveled up. I totally get it. And
I love how when he talks about Dr. Ratio, he's playing the fucking Sisyphus game. Oh, I love it. I find the irony of Ratio working with the IPC really funny yet devastatingly real. He wants to spread knowledge, but is stuck within the confines of human greed and self-inflicted laws in society. Yes, true, so real, facts, 100%. +2, agree with you. That's literally how I feel about it as well. I think it's perfect, though. I think that's like... I think it'd be too idealistic if he didn't have to work with the IPC. He was just wandering around doing his own thing. Like, his projects didn't need funding. You know what I mean? That'd be too idealistic. So the fact that he's like kind of leashed to the megacorp, but he's still trying to do his best, but he's kind of like kept on that leash to some extent is like, I feel it. Like, it's pretty real. But also it's kind of like, does he need to be there? We don't know, because it seems like it's less he's employed and has to work or else he'll starve, and more like he's collaborating with them as a partner because he sees opportunity to use their widespread influence and power to help him spread his own work of curing ignorance. What's the science bitch clip from It's Sunny and Dumb? No, we're not. We're not doing that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to get too distracted. I joined the IPC but not a Genius Society. He could use the Genius Society in the same way. He's rejected by the Genius Society. Or he's like, we suspect that he's been rejected. That Noose has not gazed upon him, not even once. That's the idea. He's reluctantly working with the IPC. And yeah, the Genius Society is just stuck up in their asses. I think there's another thing that's like, if he was in the Genius Society, he wouldn't be able to do as much as what he's doing with the with the IPC. Because the IPC, he can work within that, but you can't really work within the Genius Society for him to get what he wants. Because the Genius Society doesn't interact with people. The Genius Society is like holed up in their own corners of the universe doing their own personal projects. But the IPC is going around the world spreading their, well, I don't want to say they're colonizing planets, but they're kind of a little bit sort of, you can draw certain parallels to a really neoliberal market force capitalist take on contemporary colonization. You can, like, I think there's a strong resemblance and comparison. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't want to draw like an equivalence, a moral equivalence, because these are heavy words, okay? These are heavy words. But I will say you can think of it in a similar frame of mind. You don't have to sugarcoat it. It's just I want to be careful. Okay, I want to be careful because I don't want to like undermine the severity of colonization as an issue by comparing it to like something that's a little less severe, little less actually I don't know. You know what? The more I think about it, yeah, it's kind of like yeah, that's what they're doing. On your behalf, they're called. Yeah, okay, I guess they are. Because like I want to be very careful in like labeling things with strong, like with words that encompass and are connected with other historically difficult issues to talk about, but like for all intents and purposes, yeah, that's what they're doing. 07 to the HSR response. No, they don't. Please, no, please. Please. I want to be sponsored by Honkai Star Rail so badly. You have no idea. I would love being sponsored by Honkai Star. Don't think they would do it though. No, but like they're the bad guys, okay? They're the bad guys, so it makes sense that they're colonizers, and I think Hoyoverse is trying to portray that. It's not gonna look bad, reflect poorly on them at all. Nope. Eventually did not get branded for your lackluster definition of the IPC's ideology. Okay, you got me. Okay, you got me. Fair enough. Yeah, they are. Okay, yeah. That's what that is. Anyways, but like Ratio, I think, works with the colonizers because the way the colonizers are spreading their, colonies throughout the cosmos allows him a little bit of like an opportunity for him to also pursue his educational pursuits. And that is not maybe something I would disagree with per se, but it's not something I would do, is it? I don't know if I would do it. I don't know if I would do what Ratio is doing. Because I just don't think... I think the difference between me and Ratio is like Ratio works with the IPC, whereas I think an educational pursuit that wants to prioritize an equal education for everyone stands in sharp contrast to a colonial effort. But those are my personal politics and opinions that I don't want to put on this character. And I don't, because I'm saying like this character doesn't do this, and I like this character wouldn't agree with me, and that's where my like gripe is, right? Ratio being canceled? No, you wouldn't cancel my goat like this. He's taking one from his boyfriend and getting himself in a gamble. Is it a gamble or is it like a... I don't know if it's a gamble. Is this... I think it's more like a... He's making the best... He's taken advantage of a shitty circumstance, I guess. He's doing the best he can given the circumstances maybe. I don't know. And also, yeah, there is a little bit of something... There's something to talk about in his ships with Aventurine in how they're both united in being an agent of a larger power that they fundamentally dislike.
You wouldn't work with the authorities to find a serial killer that motivated by an obscure philosopher?
I would work with the authorities, but I'd be very, like, wary of the authorities. The way I'd put it. I mean, like, Okay, I was about to say something that would, like, really dox me. So I'm not gonna say it. Instead, I will just say that the educational pursuit that Ratio and I share is not... Oh shit, there's a fly. Where the fuck is it? Where'd it go? Oh my god, I'm annoyed. I don't know where it is. Okay, whatever. The educational pursuit that we share is not something, in my opinion, that can be done with no political risk in every part of the world. Okay, it gets a little spicy. It gets a little spicy, and so I kind of get what Ratio's doing in another sense, where, like, if I could go around offering a free and advanced education for people, but I have to do it like under an Amazon branding, like if it's like fucking Jeff Bezos sending me across the planet, you know, allowing a lot of funding for excellent educational opportunities while having everything branded with Amazon, would I do it? I think like the short answer is yes and the long answer is no, because the short answer is like, or the short-term answer, sorry, not short and long answer, the short and long-term answer. Time frame is important. Short-term is like education needs funding desperately, and just that bit, just that simple bit is enough to get the ball rolling. For people to learn how to read, for example, for people to learn how to calculate, for people to learn how to engage in not even like, you know, very, very difficult genius academic pursuits, just you know, basic arithmetic. At least you got to learn some algebra, you got to learn something, you got to learn the histories of the world, you got to learn like how how economies work, you got to learn about that shit. And if it takes like an Amazon branded pencil case and classroom for you to do that, like, as opposed to the other option, which is for you to not have it at all, then I think, you know, maybe you do want to work with the neoliberal colonizers. However, in the long term, you can't do that, because in the long term, neoliberal forces actually promote, or they discourage, a promotion of critical thinking. And this is something I would get into more if this were a stream about me, but it's not a stream about me. It's a stream about Dr. Ratio. So I'm gonna stop myself there. I'm gonna stop myself. Not algebra, no. 90% viewership decrease. There's not a lot of you left already. This is just gonna tank my numbers even further, man. I'm shooting myself. I'm digging a hole and jumping in. That's what I'm doing. God. Alright, okay. So those are his like stories. I hope that made sense. I hope like my explanation of the character made sense through this story and how I understand him and interpret him philosophically, and just in relation to his educational goal, and why I think that's so important as opposed to other genius. That's not really referenced. There weren't really philosophical references in there. It's just more like his story. Parachute for teaching Kierkegaard to the people of Mars, brought to you by the Pepsi company. Oh. I don't know if I'll be teaching Kierkegaard. I don't think I'd be a good Kierkegaardian teacher. So education is the main takeaway. Well, the main takeaway is he's an educator, but the subsequent takeaway from just that he's an educator is not just that he's a teacher who's like trying to make you read a book, even though that's important, but I think he's trying to he's trying to instill in people an attitude of self-discovery and self-actualization and realization. And to invigorate a pursuit of knowledge itself, rather than to just shove knowledge down your throat. Which is what education is associated with nowadays, which is not what it has to be.
I am Dr. Ratio, a scholar and teacher of the Intelligentsia Guild, and one of the mediocres. If one day your brain shows symptoms of dullness, then please give the doctor a call.
One thing of note, besides the little he does at the end, which is just kind of like goofy. One thing of note in this introduction line is that when he says he's one of the mediocres, he's not making fun of people who are like not as accomplished and academically excellent as he is. He's not like trying to be like, oh, I'm a dumbass. Like, he's not saying that. The irony isn't that he's saying that because to make fun of people who are not as accomplished as he is. The irony is that he genuinely, truly does believe he is of mediocre status. Like, that's who he is. The irony isn't because he's not lying. He's not making fun of anyone. He really believes he's one of the mediocres. Because to him, the idea is that we all are. There's no such thing as a knowledge that is, or like a genius and a regular person. We're all just fucking people. And what separates you is the knowledge you have, but it shouldn't be
Chairman is so in love, I can't even blame him.
Whatever. That's not what it meant. But like the irony in him is that he believes this. He really does. Despite the fact that he's so accomplished and so intelligent compared to, you know, some of the other characters who are not, like, that's not their main thing, right? Something of note, maybe before we get into more of the voice lines. Jordan Paul Harrow, the voice actor of the English version of Dr. Ratio, because I play the English version. I can't really tell you about the other version. But the voice actor for the English version, in an interview, has expressed that his main motivation, or his main like inspiration, where he draws the Ratio voice, is like through a combination of Tom Hiddleston doing Loki, Tom Hiddleston's performance as Loki in the Marvel movies, the ones. The Avengers and all that, and also like Sherlock Holmes. I think like particularly Benedict Cumberbatch's portrayal of Sherlock, and like something else I forgot, but like those are like the main sources of his voice, for his inspiration for his voice, which I think is appropriate.
You look distressed. Is something troubling you? If so, you can figure it out for yourself.
Now, he's just being a bit blunt and kind of abrasive. The other thing, the non-intellectual disagreement I have with him, but more the attitudinal. That's a word even? Is that even a word? Attitudinal? Whatever. Anyways. The disagreement I have with Ratio's attitude is I think he does come off a bit way too much. Okay, maybe not. A bit way too much is oxymoronic. Let me try again. I think he comes off sometimes uncaring. And that's not like, obviously we know because we are sitting down looking at his lore and like his actions, and his actions speak louder than his words, that they do, that he is a very selfless human being who works tirelessly for the betterment of people, right? We know that's not the case. But he does, through his manner of speech and through some of the things he says to some characters and the way he says it, sound like he doesn't care. And that's, that's him. That's the way he's chosen to do himself. That's who he is as a character. That's Dr. Ratio, right? The reason why I disagree with that approach in the educational goal is because the ignorant people are not usually very patient, and if your first 2-3 sentences are like lambasting them, they're gonna shut off and not listen to you. And the problem with that is like ultimately you can't just compel them through brute force, or threat of violence or threat of whatever, to listen to you, to try to open up their minds to any sort of rigorous critical thinking. In other words, for this specific educational pursuit, the carrot works, but the stick doesn't. It's not about choosing between which one's more effective. My argument is that the stick will never work. The carrot can work, the stick can never work. And Ratio is very, very stick. Ratio's a lot more stick than carrot. But there's a bit of like a carrot to him as well, and like not to other people in the galaxy in the story, but he's a bit carrot in the sense that like he is so fun to engage with as someone who, as an audience member, as like a player in this video game. He's fun to interact with.
Another day has passed. If your problem still hasn't been solved, is it possible that the problem is you?
I don't think this has much significance other than the fact that it's funny. And he's just trying to diss you. I think they lean a bit too heavily in the Ratios being an abrasive asshole bits of him, and it's evident in some lines like this, but whatever.
First, with the headpiece on, isolated from my 5 senses, I can think without interference. And second, I don't have to set my eyes on stupid people. Of course, they don't want to see me either.
And there we have again the irony of like, okay, well, if your goal is to cure ignorance, then how come you don't even want to look at the ignorant? How does that work? And although he is compassionate in his actions, he's not quite compassionate in his approach and his words. Which is where I differ. I like to think that I'm fairly compassionate in my words and in my approach, even if it doesn't seem the way. That way, sometimes you must know that I'm working on it.
I don't mind revealing my true colors if it helps me teach students and treat patients, but in my experience, it's usually counterproductive.
This is standard anime character, like, business ordeal where character is very handsome and that's the joke, and it's like, oh my god, he is handsome, let's draw art of him kissing his boyfriend. Like, there's not much to say, okay? There's not much to say.
The Intelligentsia Guild is often seen as a vendor of knowledge, but the right to set a price is always in the hands of the buyer. When someone is willing to listen to knowledge, that is being disseminated and circulated. A price is created.
The buyer sets the price of knowledge. Is that true? Let me think. Yeah. Or I think like what he's trying to say is like the person receiving the knowledge is the one who evaluates it and assigns value to that knowledge in the first place, and is thus willing to pay for it. That's why some people are willing to pay the exorbitant amount of bullshit fees to get into a university, and some aren't. Stance remains. Ratio is just a more sassy, competent Kaveh. I think they're very similar, yeah. I think Kaveh is also very much motivated by a selfless care for the world. So I can see why you would say that. I can see why you would say that. Basically, what he's saying is that IPC is gatekeeping knowledge through money, since there's a demand, there's supply. I would say that what he's saying is that people would say, he's saying, quote, people would say that the IPC is gatekeeping knowledge, but at the end of the day, the value of knowledge is set by the people who are willing to listen to it as it is being disseminated and circulated, right? I think what he's trying to say is that he's subverting what you just said. He's trying to say that the buyer sets the price, I guess. Which, do I agree with? Sort of. I agree on some level that that's the case. In an abstract sense, maybe. In a real world, like 2025 sense, not really. Tools of oppression, blah, blah, blah. but Ratio's a scholar, not a liberator.
They dedicate themselves to truth, and it's right to say so. After all, everything they do is for the sake of Noose.
Yeah, Noose is the way you pronounce that. Yep. It's evident that I haven't heard much of it yet.
Oh, I can't stay away from books and bathtubs, especially the former. When one's head is stuffed with filth, one's body is no cleaner.
Now, I don't know how much of it is just fan service and how much of it is... Because, you know, Greek baths is obviously, like, the connection. But Ratio's thing with, like, the clean body, clear body, clear mind, clear soul is significant, but I forgot why. I'm going to be honest with you. I had a reason and I completely blanked out on it. I forgot why it's significant, but I'm pretty sure it's significant some way. Because in my head, what popped up instead was the whole, like, body and mind as one, as a sort of the attitude of the Greek scholars at the time. It wasn't just, you know, the meme that's like, where do you work out at? And it's like the dude with a fucking massive head looking at another dude with like huge biceps, and the dude with a massive head is going like, oh, I work out at the library. Well, the Greeks kind of thought like you should do both. The Greeks were like, you should work out at the library and at the gym. You should do both, because the excellence in your human being is in being able to be physically excellent as well as mentally excellent. Like that's what you should be striving for, right?
The most annoying thing about idiocy is that you can't explain it to an idiot.
Self-explanatory, isn't it? He's airing his grievances in his educational pursuit. I feel it.
Before you ask a question, why don't you consider whether the answer has already been determined? It is better for everyone if such questions are not asked.
Yeah, this is kind of like, you know, your professor going like, before you ask me some shit, you want to Google it real quick. You sure that the question you're asking me, you must ask me? Could you not just look it up and figure it out for you? He is a little bit abrasive in this again, but I totally agree with that. Like, you should generally... It's not like asking questions is bad, but you should ask yourself and think about it for a bit. And Google it. And I'm not saying... And that is not asking ChatGPT, by the way. That's not research. Excuse me, I had to burp. Are you able to ask, though, if you want them to learn? Yeah, you should ask, but you should ask yourself and then think about it. And then, once you've thought about it and it's still unclear, you should ask the question outwards. You shouldn't just verbalize every question you have. You should internalize some of it first. And then the stuff that you really can't figure out, you should ask. You should pray for a healthy mind and a healthy body. It's common Latin phrase, apparently. It's by a Roman poet. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I knew there was like something. I knew there was something about it, but I forgot what it was. Like, what Ratio's trying to say isn't like, don't ask as many questions. What he's trying to say is like, when you ask a question, why don't you think about what the answer could be before you verbalize it? Because that way, a lot of questions you could just ask yourself and go, oh, that's the answer. Oh, that's the answer. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay, that's what that. And then what you really can't figure out, then you ask, and then Ratio's there to help you. That's what his job is. Like, you should... What he's trying to say is stop fucking asking your professors one by one at the end of, like, the lecture. Like, hi, where can I find the work? Where can I find the course syllabus? And it's just on the fucking... I don't know, Moodle? I don't know what people use now. Like, it's on the internet, like, not internet. It's on the online course page. Like it's there. Fucking click on it, and there's the syllabus. Stop asking. Like, don't make a queue. Don't form a queue to ask dumbass administrative questions. Given that one poster elementary teachers have in the classroom, think, is it truthful, helpful, intelligent? It's a little bit, yeah. His phrasing is harsh though? It is, absolutely, which is, and I don't like his harshness. But his harshness is part of his character, so I think it's like, you know, it's integral that he is harsh to who he is. I just wouldn't do it personally if I were him. The writers, I would do, like, I'm not disagreeing with the writers, I'm disagreeing with the character. Yeah, there you go.
The beauty of truth is that it never changes, even when no one understands it. Well, that's true for me, at least.
So here we have his epistemological stance. This is how he thinks of truth and knowledge. He is a very capital T truth kind of guy. And frankly, I don't know if I want to, you know, necessarily fully agree with that. This is an interesting philosophical discussion to have, and it's not something that's solved. Whether or not there is such a thing as a capital T truth that we're all kind of striving towards and eventually. So he implied it earlier in a voice line, and I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I want to assume that he's implying that. Here it's a bit more explicit. He does kind of think that, yeah, like truth is unchanging, and as long as everyone around me is cured of ignorance, they will all agree with me, is kind of the way Ratio sees it. I don't know if I see it the same way, but yeah. You know, truth, they're trying to get rid of gravity as a unique force. What do you mean get rid of gravity? What the fuck? Like zero gravity? What?
Herta is a quintessential genius, a natural wonder who sees no one as her equal. I have no doubt she is talented, but I doubt whether her talent is always helpful to others.
It couldn't be clearer than this, right? This is how he feels about Herta and probably the rest of the geniuses as well.
In his field, Screwlum is trying to establish new laws. I prefer to call such a person a monarch, rather than a genius. How many people have been fooled by her claim to fame as a hermetic genius? It seems to me that she wants to explore much more than just life. Just wait and see. The Genius Society member with all the real ambition is her. Our man here always...
Sorry.
Our man here always manages to wriggle out from the jaws of catastrophe. And we can't chalk it all up to good luck. The audience is forever anticipating his blunder. Maybe he's anticipating it as well. Will that day ever come?
So the all the lines previously were about the geniuses. This one's about Aventrine, who is a gambler and co-worker at IPC, who is a very, very popular ship with him. And may or may not be my Fudan awakening. Anyways, what I can tell you about the voice actors of the non-English variety is that I think the Chinese voice actors for Ratio and Ventrine's voice were scouted and like they were cast specifically because those two voice actors have a lot of synergy in like BL work together as like a pair. And look, I'm not saying this ship is canon, but the ship is basically canon. Okay, like the devs want you to take the two Ken dolls and like push them together. Okay, that's what the devs want. It's what makes the money. What makes the money. Oh, it's like the fundamental forces. Gravity might be a derivative and not a unique one. I mean, maybe, but I don't know enough to give my opinions on that. Interesting that it's getting demoted. But yeah, that's they literally talked about how that was the case when like the Chinese voice actors in an interview, I think they talked about how that was literally why they were scouted for and like cast.
Fools think themselves wise, but the wise know their own ignorance. Now he has become the latter.
So this is a quote about Sunday. This is about Sunday's fall from grace previously, where he realized where Sunday went from turbo religious, like psycho fascist, to a now humbled kind of traveling youth pastor, kind of like wandering agnostic soul, which is, I think, really interesting as a character development for Sunday the character. And this is Ratio's appraisal of him. Ratio goes like, he has fallen, he's like finally realized his ignorance, and he's understood and embraced that with humility, and therefore in so doing he has become much the wiser. This is his evaluation of Sunday. I totally agree with it. 10 out of 10 my goat doesn't miss. But also wisdom and ignorance, sort of related but not really directly with this quote. It will be a little bit more relevant later on, but Socratic ignorance is one where like Socrates' wisdom, Socrates positions himself as an ignorant force, as an ignorant being, in order to sort of compel or like to bring out argumentation from the oppositional force, and to demonstrate through this feigned ignorance.
I cannot listen to what he is saying because I'm too busy looking at his tits.
God damn it. Stop. Stop. Pay attention. Pay attention. And we'll throw chalk at you. Fuck, what the hell was I talking about? Socratic ignorance, right. Socratic ignorance is like the way Socrates conducts himself in his Socratic dialogue and his Socratic exchange. They call it the Socratic method, but you know, that's what it is, I guess. Although methodology branches into something that I'm not sure if I want to. Whatever, let's call it a method. Okay, let's just call it a method for now. It's way too soon for me to delve into the precise nuances of how I feel about it. Anyways, Socratic ignorance, as part of his method, is one where he pretends like he doesn't know a lot in order to talk to an opponent who does, who thinks that they know a lot, and through their discourse, the uncertainty of the knowledge and the uncertainty of their claims is revealed through this exchange. And from this, Socrates, in his feigned ignorance, reveals the dialectical opponent's feigned wisdom. In so doing, indirectly, one can argue, demonstrating his own wisdom in his own ignorance. There's a quote about this. There's a quote, okay? I know that I know nothing. That's the quote.
Thought is the only means available through which to know ourselves.
Yeah, I guess. Thought as a means to know ourselves. Yeah, but it feels a little tautological, but you know, what else do you want to say when you activate a dupe of him after you spend like, you know, $200 in the gotcha system? What else do you want him to say? Okay, he's not gonna say anything else that's much value beyond that.
The faster the progress, the greater the chance of errors. If this day I have not gained the recognition of nous, it stands to reason that I never will at any point in the future.
This is interesting because this reveals that he is one who sought the recognition of nous, but failed to grasp it. Despite all of his achievements and recognition and everything. And he's not, you know, he knows that he's an educator. He knows he's out there curing ignorance, and that's his whole thing. And it's not like he doesn't enjoy doing that. But there's a part of him that's a bit in pain because this project that is ultimately his educational pursuit stops him from being recognized for and validated for his brilliance by this godlike entity. And this, even though, is not something like Ratio wouldn't sacrifice his educational pursuits for the recognition of nous. but he's still gonna get bummed out by it. And I think that's a very human aspect of his character. Like, he's not the perfect educator, or he's not as perfect as it seems. He's like perfect asterisk in, like, you know, how a character has one flaw that's not really a flaw, but it's just to humanize them. This is kind of that flaw to be, where it's like, it's not really a character flaw per se, but it does help humanize. That at the end of the day, he is kind of bummed out. I thought I know that I know nothing was a Monogatari quote. Close enough, I guess. He's in his burnt out gifted kid era, for real. I mean, like, I wouldn't say burnt out. I would say, like, gifted kid who, like, he's still gifted. He's still, like, it's not like he's no longer as gifted and talented as he was in his youth. He still is. It's just that he's not recognized as such because he's decided to put, that he's decided in his arrangement of what is important, to abandon completely selfish intellectual pursuit, right? I don't think he's burnt out. He's still a gifted kid. I think he's the gifted kid that carved his own path. That's the way I see Ratio.
You may choose to do the same as everyone else, but you are bound to get a completely different result.
Mm-hmm. The subjectivity of self-actualization might be what he's referring to, or he could just be saying shit. I don't know.
Can ordinary men still manage to believe in themselves under the scorn of a genius?
The way he delivers the line here makes me feel like he's impressed with Herta. Makes sense to me. And he's just like bowing at her, like, absolute radiance and splendor, which is fair enough. She is very much radiant and splendid.
Harnessing and tempering the instincts of life. You know more of such things than myself. Keep to yourself, gambler, and spare me the false display of concern.
The other two are like, oh my god, wow, you're really smart when he's talking to women. And then when he's talking to Aventurine, he's like, fuck off. Don't talk to me.
It's rare to run into someone with brains.
I didn't know he had a line for Sunday. Interesting. But yeah, Sunday he is someone he admires and respects. Not from his fascism arc, but from his, like, recovery from that.
Call that defense? Need I teach someone a lesson?
Does he say anything interesting here, or is it just lines?
Asking the questions. Do you have answers? No need to rush. Patience breeds success. Let's test your knowledge.
After staring at the screen for a long time, to ask, is your hair modeled after Ratio? No, it's modeled after Al-Haytham. But if I debuted, like, a year later and I had more time to cook the design, or, like, our team had more, because I didn't do it. Like, do I look like an artist to you? I'm not, I'll tell you that much. My art team had more time to cook, and it came, like, and Ratio came out a bit earlier, I would have totally styled my hair after Ratio, for sure. But no, it's not. It's actually modeled after Al-Haytham.
Never stop thinking. Think. Mediocre. You fool. SAS per kippy.
Oh my god, I gotta look up SAS per kippy now. Hold on. I'm sure there's, like, a video translating this, but I'm gonna look it up anyways to speak on it. Is a Latin phrase that translates to be is to be perceived. It's a key concept in the philosophy of George Berkeley, a major figure in subjective idealism. Berkeley argued that objects only exist if they are being perceived either by a human
Isn't
or by
it
God.
you are small?
Okay, subjective idealism. I gotta read into subjective idealism, huh? I haven't read enough subjective idealism to speak on SAS per kippy, but maybe I should, actually. To be is to be perceived. I I would say it's like to be is to be is to perceive, but maybe I'm not getting subjective idealism at its core. I'll do some research before I get into fully kind of giving my thoughts on what this sentence is.
Knowledge is the measure of all things. It reveals truth and falsehood.
Well, these are not the sped up versions. These are like the slowed down version. There's like sped up versions where like the line is shortened. It's kind of like going like knowledge, very smart. Look at me, maths, algebra, failed. That's what he does in combat.
0 points. Next. Fail. Get out. Flesh. Well done. 10 points.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Flesh.
Mere flesh. Could he be talking about a sort of? Is he kind of getting at a transcendentalism? Maybe not. Probably not. Is he kind of going like it's okay? My soul, my platonic platonic soul will move on and I'll be okay. Is that what he's saying? I don't know.
Not bad. 5 points. For the theater of the mediocre.
Oh, he
Kinda
says for the
odd to
theater
hear,
of the mediocre?
You know, the grunting and that.
I thought he says for the fear of the mediocre. Interesting. I'd always misheard this line. So his statues, when he uses them, is for the theater of the mediocre. In other words, it's really just it's playing theater among the Mundanites. That's what he's doing with that. Interesting.
Just as my calculations predicted.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's kind of fucking annoying. That's very much like, yes, my calculations were correct. Pushing up the glasses.
Since when were knowledge and wealth mutually exclusive?
They aren't, but in fact, they're very closely tied. But the problem comes when people pursue wealth instead of knowledge, but pursue knowledge for the sake of. You would know Ratio because, you know, pursuits of knowledge also correlate heavily with, well, among other things, selfish intellectual pursuit, fascism, etc., etc.
Wealth shouldn't be a hindrance to the pursuit of truth.
Yeah, but it is.
I accept, as would any man. Hardly a work of genius. An interesting test of intellect. You learn to know yourself before your enemy. Ready to squander the remainder of your days?
Yeah, it's just being annoying. Okay, now, wait, should we go into the Eidolons first or the traces first? Let's go into the traces. Okay. So crit rate boost has no philosophical meaning. It just means your crit rate is increased by 5.3%, which is pretty good. Again, just wanted to show off my perfect build for him. I can't believe the fascist is your favorite character. This is not the fascist character. Ratio is not the fascist I'm referring to. I was referring to Sunday, who is also one of my favorite characters, but I don't have him because I missed the 50-50 and I'm poor, so it wasn't like I was going to buy more Stellar Jades or whatever because I can't afford gacha currency. Fuck that shit. So I don't have him for now. And frankly, because I don't have Sunday, all my Ratio teams are missing like an arm and a leg is what it feels like because Sunday is so necessary for him to still be good. I'm going to go to fascist. He's a reformed fascist, okay? He was literally a reformed fascist, and that's what makes him so compelling. That's why I love. That's why I love him. I love this whole you'd understand. I am literally Sunday was literally like I am Christ himself. Like it's not what he was literally said verbatim, but essentially he was going all like I am Christ. I am the savior of humanity. You all need to sacrifice your freedoms because I know what's best for everyone. Yeah, he's a recovering fascist. And now he's in like cool youth pastor attire. It's so good. I love the character so much. He's such a good character, and I don't fucking have him. I'm so pissed off. I got Welt instead. I got fucking Welt instead, dude. Look at this. I hate him. So mad. Yeah, Ratio is a colonizer adjacent. There you go. Yeah, that's who he is. And I'm a VTuber, so we all have our fatal flaws, okay? No one's perfect. No one's perfect. Okay, one's a fascist, one's a colonizer Jason. I'm a VTuber. We're all flawed human beings. No one's perfect, okay? Baptism of pure thought, mental training. I'm not sure if there's any philosophical significance in that. It's just a cool name. But if there is, I'll update you on that. I don't think there's much. Baptism of pure thought. I guess the bathing as a metaphor for baptism could be an interesting angle to explore, but I don't really see where you go beyond that. I don't know. You want a comparison? No, I'm just saying we all have our flaws. I'm comparing VTubers to... No, don't put Welt down like that. I don't even dislike Welt. I actually really liked him in the story. It's just like, I'm just sad that I couldn't pull Sunday, okay? I'm just sad that I lost my 50-50. You're gonna have to let me cope, okay? Alright, let's go into the traces, sorry. Deduction. Doesn't really matter what this... Actually, no, it does. So his ability's name is deduction. Deduction is a skill you use. You employ oftentimes in classical logic and in philosophy. It's a really big, it's a really important skill to develop, the skill of deduction. Essentially, deduction is being able to recognize certain things being impossible, and because of that, being able to draw conclusions for what is possible and figuring out through, well, deduction, what is the case. So if there's three options, there's A, B, and C, and through your reasoning, you figure out that, okay, there's no way it's A. Like, it couldn't be. It would be impossible. So we know that's not the case. And there's no way it's B. We know that's not the case. But we know that either A, B, or C has to be the case. Maybe it's a puzzle, or maybe it's a broader philosophical question, right? It depends. Then through deduction, you can tell because it's A and B are impossible, it must be C. That's like, you know. In another way, you can think of deduction as just what you do when you play Sudoku. Okay, that's what you're doing. The whole Sherlock Holmes quote? Is it? I don't know. I've never actually watched Sherlock, so if there's any bits of this that would be relevant to that, I wouldn't know. Sorry. And the ability is actually quite funny. When dealing damage to a target that has more debuffs, for each debuff the target has, the damage dealt by ratio increases by 10 up to a maximum increase of 50%. So it's like the more debuffs, and that's his unique mechanic, is you stack debuffs on the enemy. The gameplay actually corresponds to the lore quite well, because the gameplay is just you stack debuffs, you stack conditions on them, but the way that relates to deduction, like the idea of deduction, is, again, the more you learn, or the more things you eliminate, maybe you want to like think of it that way, the more it's clear what the actual answer is. And that's treated as debuffs. And this is like, in a meta sense, also why he's a hunt character. He's eliminating the answers one at a time rather than all at once, right? So that's like his single target. Maybe that's me reaching a little bit. Okay, I might be reaching. I thought deduction was made up by detective novel authors. Yeah, it was actually made up by detective novel authors to sell more detective novels. That's what they were doing. Don't let big detective know that you know this. And summation and inference are other skills in reasoning. I don't think there's much point in talking about them, as I realize I've talked about in deduction. Yeah, is there much to explain? Okay. Hang on. Sorry. I'll be right back. Give me about 2-3 minutes. Hold on. Give me a second.
Where is chairman? Oh. Good for you, Victor. Hope your trip goes well. Parrot is our new streamer.
Hello. Sorry, I died for a while, didn't I? Sorry. I had to check on something. Has everyone left? Okay, no, alright. Should have left ratio on the screen? Okay, maybe I should have done that, yeah. Ten-second rule, we've skipped class. My condolences for being away longer than 10 seconds, I suppose. Anyways, sorry, where was I? Brought in. Stop blaming other people, okay? If you wanted to skip class, if you're gonna skip class, at least own up to the fact that you're skipping class, right? Like, I hate when people cheat in their work, because if you're cheating in your work, it's like you didn't care enough to put in the effort in to do it right.
0 you trader _ chair LOL.
But if you didn't care to put the effort in to do it, then why put the effort to cheat and pretend like you did it? Just own up to the fact that you don't give a shit.
I skipped 2 of a class.
Like, you can skip class, but you can't expect to pass it. Skipping class is cheating? No. Sorry, I just went on a completely unrelated tangent because I'm, like, insane. Is I guess why. It's because I just connected one thing with another too quickly without explaining what my connection was. No, but, like, I have people who skip classes and then, like, expect to still pass the course. That's what I expect. Because you can skip, that's fine, but you cannot expect to, like, pass if you skip everything. But punishment for getting caught cheating is scary, though. Not scary enough for some people, because they still fucking do it anyways. They'll plug their shit in the ChatGPT and expect it to, you know, puke out something that's legible. It's not going to, but whatever. Or, like, anything that's not mediocre. Parrot's our new streamer? You will be interested. You'll be entertained by anything, okay? Whatever. Inference and summation was where we were at. We were at deduction, summation, and inference. These are logical skills. I guess I'll go through them one at a time. I want to get through these very briefly, though. But summation is just And I wanted to look it up for sure. To be sure. Summation in logic. The logical OR operation denoted by the symbol V or plus. Oh, okay, okay. Is it? That's the AI overview. I can't believe I was relying on the AI overview for a second. No good. It's more mathematical than it is philosophical, as far as I'm aware. Before cheating in high school, but if I discover that my doctor cheated in med school or something, I'm... Yeah, well, don't cheat. Just be honest if you're gonna fail it. Be honest. That's what I think. That's what I think we should all do as a society. But I recognize that honesty is like hard to come by, so I don't fault people for it. I fault like the broken system that encourages. Anyways, summation, inference. Summation is just like you're adding things together for it to make sense, right? For every debuff, whenever you use a skill, you add crit rate and crit damage, stacking up to 6. Summation. Alright, makes sense. Inference. Logic. Because I want to give you a very precise logic definition, rather than just the, oh, I kind of remember, I think it was like that. Oh, it's just like, oh, it's P to Q. It's modus ponens. Oh, okay. Yeah. So inference is deriving conclusions from premises. It's the process of going from a premise, like on the top, to a conclusion at the bottom. So what it would look like, what the classic example is like of an instance of inference is through modus ponens. It's one of the main rules of it. If P, then Q. Given P, therefore Q. So it would be like so let's say if it is raining, then the roof would be wet. I can look out the window and see that it is raining. Therefore, the roof is wet. Even though I can't, and I have not, climbed up the ladder to the top of my roof to see if it's like wet, I can infer that it is based on what I know about what raining does to my roof and based on the fact that I can see it's raining outside. Such as inference. Is there an HSR equivalent to the Abyss to see Dr. Ratio's attack? There is. It's MOC. If you're talking about Abyss, but like I can just show you his attacks in any combat. But if I show you an Abyss, it will look very unimpressive, which we can do. I understood that I didn't. You did understand that. It wasn't that hard. Okay, I'll explain it to you. Okay, I'll pay attention. Pay attention. I'll explain it to you again. Okay? I'll explain it to you again. Inference is just how we reason. It's one of the ways we reason, okay? It's how we draw conclusions from premises. It's how we use the knowledge of what we know to derive a conclusion that is like almost like new knowledge, okay? So a classic example of inference, and it's not every case, but a classic example of inference is this thing called modus ponens. You don't need to know what it's about, but here's the structure of this classical example of inference, okay? If P, then Q. Given P, therefore Q. Now, that doesn't mean anything because PQ doesn't mean shit, right? Let me give you an example that makes sense, okay? Let's say you know for a fact that if it is raining, your roof will be wet, okay? You know that. Let's just assume that is knowledge given to you, and we call it knowledge. No more epistemological bullshit. No bullshit. You just know that, okay? If it is raining, your roof will be wet. You look out. Okay, one day you're sitting there. You're drinking tea or you're watching a VTuber stream. I don't know what you're doing. And you look out the window and it's raining. Through the rule of inference, you can infer, and through modus ponens, I suppose, you can infer that your roof is wet. How come? You haven't walked out of your house to like climb up your roof to observe if it was wet, but you can see
Is
just
this
from
that
being
A plus
inside.
B equals C, B plus A equals C thing?
No, not quite. That's not exactly the same thing. No, that's not quite what I'm talking about. Think about it in words. Don't think about it in letters, because I hate when they put that shit in letters too. Okay, don't worry, I hate it too. It's just like, if you're sitting there in your chair, how can you know that your roof is wet? That's not knowledge you can acquire if you subscribe to an empiricism that's like, oh, empiricism, that's the E word, not epistemology. I wanted to think of empiricism, that's the word, whatever. But if you're sitting in like your room and you're all warm and cozy and you don't want to check on whether or not it's like your roof is wet, you don't have to. If, for example, you can infer it based on what? Based on observations outside your window. Okay, it's raining, and you know that if it's raining, your roof is gonna be wet, right? You look outside, it's raining. Oh, okay, now I know that my roof is wet. Like, you don't have to climb out there and stand on the ladder and peer over and go, oh shit, I think my roof is wet. You don't have to do that. You fucking know it's wet. It's raining, right? That's the... But you didn't just know it. You inferred it. You inferred it through reasoning. Is this necessary or sufficient? No. I'm explaining... No. You're jumping to stuff that's really complicated. This is a very simple thing. This is very simple. This is very basic. This is not that difficult. This isn't the difficult part yet. We're about to get to the difficult part. There's a part later that's a bit more difficult that I fear I'm gonna not be able to explain very well. What if it was magically dry? Then, I don't know, that's a Black Swan case. Not the Honkai Star Rail character, but you know, like the phenomenon for which she is named after. Even though I do have the Honkai Star Rail character too, and she's one of my favorite characters. It's just reasoning. Yes, that's what it is, yes. But reasoning there's many types of reasoning, right? There is deduction, there is summation, there's inference, and so on. Many types of reasoning. This is the specific type of reasoning where you infer something. He's saying Yuri term. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Do you want Yuri terms? I'll explain something in Yuri terms to you later, okay? We're about to get to it, okay? Okay. Cogito ergo sum, I think is how you pronounce it. This one you'll hear a lot in philosophy jargon. You're gonna hear that and you're gonna go, oh, that's the philosophy term. That's the philosophy term. I've explained it many times on this channel before. I'll explain it again because, you know, I am doing this holistically. Cogito ergo sum is a quote from René Descartes, a philosopher and skeptic, or rather he was a big proponent of a skeptical philosophy. He is not the first philosopher, hardly. His work came about 400 years ago, I think. I don't remember exactly when. Think therefore I'm right? Yeah. No, I think therefore I am. Yes. I think therefore I am. Yes. That's correct. Right. Much is said about him, but I think the most interesting thing to say is that even though he's not the first, like, you know, philosopher, we argue a lot that Socrates is the genesis of Western philosophy, or like Plato at least. But in a lot of philosophy 101 classes, you actually start with Cogito. You start with René Descartes' skepticism. It's just, in my opinion at least, and a lot of people's opinion, because it's a very popular opinion too. Like, it's not a hot take. It's the best way to introduce people to philosophy is through skepticism. It's a great, like, first thing, because what skepticism does is it allows you to it's the most radical, drastic step of questioning the foundations of what you know and what you believe in. It's taking a step back and going like, oh shit, is anything real? Do I know anything? What the fuck? And through this skepticism, Descartes comes into a conclusion. And the conclusion is cogito, right? It's I think, therefore I am. And it's that I don't know what exists out there. I don't know what is real. I don't know what is true. I don't know what is. My empiricism could be lying to me because my senses could be deceiving me. I could be living in an evil dream, or I could be asleep and dreaming, or I could be being deceived by an evil demon. And if we want to put it in a contemporary context, well, my brain could be in a vat, in a jar, and a mad scientist could be convincing me that everything I'm doing is real and corresponding to real movement in real life, but I'm actually just a brain in a jar being stimulated in all the right ways, right? But one thing is for sure, despite this very like radical skepticism, is that I think therefore I am. It's that because I can ask this question, because I can think about this question, I know that to some extent I exist. To a capacity, I don't know, but I know I'm real. I know I exist. I know that's one thing at least. Even if nothing else is real, I know that I'm real. That's cogito ergo sum. It's what I still remember from Philosopher Cast. Yeah, it's like a good, like, it's a solid foundational, like, 101. It's meant to get you thinking, I guess. Because, frankly speaking, the idea is funny, but it's not... It's almost uncontroversially hated on. Not hated on, but it's almost uncontroversially, like, disagreed with. It's less about, oh, do you disagree with this? And more like, okay, how do you disagree with this? That is the foundation for philosophical pursuit. Because, like, you know, you can't seriously accept the result of this radical skepticism, can you now? To accept that nothing around you is real. This solipsistic outlook is unhealthy, among other things. But how do you confront it? Because logically, it's quite powerful, it seems. I agree with it. No, you don't. Shut up. No, you don't. The idea is like just figuring out how to deal with it. That's the fun. That's why it's such a popular like 101 philosophy thing. And it's for good reason, I think. Funny too, though. Yeah, but you don't actually agree with it. Like, you don't really believe that as a thing. You don't live as if you believe that. Mind is might. Not much to say other than he's going like big brain is good, smart. Syllogistic paradox. Okay. So,
You gonna talk about syllogism?
yes, but only briefly. Because I'm not too familiar with it. I'm gonna like review it. It's a fallacy. The way I understood it, at least, was like it's a logical fallacy, less than a paradox. But here's an example of a syllogistic fallacy that I just looked up because I am researching this right now. I'm not giving a presentation. I'm doing the research for the presentation. Okay, the presentation is not due yet. All shark are fish. All salmon are fish. Therefore, all salmon are sharks. So essentially, it's the mistake that you commit when you think of everything under one umbrella, or different things that are under the same umbrella as the same with each other. That's not the case. Different things can be under the same umbrella, right? I don't really know how to explain it beyond just telling you that it's dumb and giving you like an example. No philosophers are elephants. All elephants are mammals. Therefore, no philosophers are mammals. That's another one that's like a syllogistic fallacy, because it's like, no, philosophers are mammals. But where's the error in argumentation? Where's the error in the reasoning, right? The error in the reasoning is like, well, it's the syllogism. Oh shit, I'm not very good at explaining it. Valid form though. God, I hate the rigor. I don't like the rigor of philosophical discourse very much, in the sense that like, I don't like oh, it's a valid thing or it's a sound thing. It's like it confuses me in my head. All I know is, does it make sense or not? And I know it makes no sense. I just can't tell you why it makes no sense. And that's why I'm a terrible philosophy teacher. I would never be a philosophy teacher. That'd be horrible. Can you imagine if I was a philosophy teacher? I would suck. I would be like, I wouldn't be able to explain things properly. I would just be like, no, this is fucking wrong. Isn't it obvious why it's wrong? Look at it. It's just wrong. But yeah, the shark salmon example I think makes most sense. So all sharks are fish. All salmon are fish. Therefore, all salmon are sharks. Definition of a categorical syllogism. Okay. There's an argument with two premises, one syllogism and one conclusion. Okay. It's basically like the conclusion doesn't follow the premises. Okay, it's not, the conclusion doesn't make sense. It's a syllogistic paradox and not valid reasoning, or not like, you know, proper reasoning. No philosophers are elephants. All elephants are mammals. Therefore, no philosophers are mammals. Though it is true that there are no philosophers that are elephants, and that all elephants are in fact mammals, these do not negate the fact that philosophers, humans, are mammals as well. Does that make any sense? Humans and elephants can be mammals. They can be mammals, but they can also, like, be mammals but not be each other. They, like, you know, like, the way I see it is like there's an umbrella and multiple categories can fit under the same umbrella without being the same thing. That's all. That's the way I conceive it. So if that helps you, that helps you. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. I can't think of another way to. A syllogistic paradox beyond it's like, it's an error in reasoning, essentially, is what this. Makes sense, don't worry. Didn't understand it, but I wasn't even gonna ask. All right, thanks, guys. God. Like, it's not very complicated. This is not the complicated bit. This is not the mold of idolatry. This, I think, I'm not sure what they're going for. Because I think, I don't know. Because idolatry is quite like a spiritual, religious thing, isn't it? Or the questions or problems with idolatry. So I don't know what it's doing quite in like in Ratio's things. It's like the worship of idols, not like, you know, not like HoloLive VTuber idols, but like religious idols. Not like, you know, what does it mean in this context? That's a good question, because I genuinely am not sure what they're going for with this, and I would appreciate if anyone knows.
Chairman, this is not the complicated bit. Meanwhile, chat oops.
Doesn't every religious person do this? Wow, maybe not everyone. But there's like, you know, in religious practice, there's oftentimes a caution against idolatry. Yeah, so I'm not sure what they're going with. I genuinely don't know.
Idolatry is basically like putting SMTH above your deity of worship, kinda.
It's just the worship of idols, right? It's just the worship of the object or the idol itself, the golden cow, the fucking whatever. Like the golden cow is like the Abrahamic religion, like the Abrahamic example, but you know, there's like tons of other examples. Is this technique so it's related to the statue places when using it? Yeah, but I don't quite get how it relates to the broader context of his characterization. You know what I mean? Like, why call it mold of idolatry? And why not call it like, I don't know, aspire to excellence or something? I don't like it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see what it has to do with his character. Maybe it has to do with his obsession with statues of himself? Maybe? But he's not worshipping himself. That's not what he's doing. At least I refuse to believe that's the case. Mold, I assume, is not the bacteria, but as being molded. In this case, molding oneself into an idol. Becoming ideal? But idolatry is specifically the worship of idols, though. It's not like an extreme like reverence and like admiration towards it. Not just like the idealism. He's molding himself into an idol to be worshipped.
Believe without questioning, like the Genuine Society and their crazed fans.
Perhaps there's another play of irony, since
Maybe
he's always
he's
referred to himself as
himself.
mundane. Mold of idolatry in reference to a statue of himself can just be a sarcastic remark on how people would believe without questioning, like the Genius Society and their crazed fans. Oh, yeah. I think that's it. I think that's, sorry. I think you hit the, I think you hit it. Yeah. It's not him. It's rather, it's an ironic, yeah, you're right. It's an ironic play on his, maybe not disdain. Yeah, his disdain, actually. It is disdain. His disdain for people who worship geniuses like idols. Like, he despises the way people worship geniuses as if it's just something unattainable that's forever far away, and they're like a better, like, they're just like a better species of existence. Like, no, that's not the case. We're all people, is the way Ratio sees it a lot. And so I think the idolatry is like his criticism towards people's attitudes towards geniuses like the Hertas, etc. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I couldn't connect that dot. It's maybe because it's quite late here and I'm a bit tired in my time zone. And I really should go soon and end the stream, but like I haven't even done my due diligence to explain everything. Possibly. How long have I been streaming for? I hope I haven't been streaming for too long, but I might have. What's the deal with Herta? Herta is space genius, but super self-absorbed and egotistical. 4 hours? Okay, I should end the stream soon then. We're talking about Ratio for too much. But yeah, he doesn't like the fact that everyone just adores and worships the geniuses in a way that makes, like, is almost like as putting them on a pedestal that's godlike. He finds a huge problem with that, which makes sense. And finally, the most interesting one out of all the traces, and frankly, if it weren't for this skill trace, I wouldn't even have thought of, like, well, maybe, yeah, I should talk about Dr. Ray on this channel, actually. Intellectual midwifery. I remember, like, we, like, Ratio came out. Everyone got him, obviously. One of my Honkai Star friends was playing, and like we were like just talking about Ratio as a unit, and then we were clicking over, and then he like saw intellectual midwifery, and he laughed. He was like, "What the fuck does that mean? What? Or that makes what is that?" And then I went, "No, that's so cool. That's like a Socratic thing. What?" Now this is the thing that I gotta pull up a different page for. This is the thing. This is the whole point of the stream, was for me to explain this. If I can explain this, I would have done my due diligence. Okay? Okay, so get ready. Oh, there was like a really good paper explaining this. Fuck. Shit. Was it Platonic inspiration? God damn. Oh, is it Socrates' midwife? No, that's just like a random 101 college introduction, which is like, it does the job for summarizing it, but it doesn't quite get into it. Reading Kierkegaard? Oh, that's like not the one, but that's something I read as well. Ah, no. Socratic midwifery. No, this is like a feminist analysis of this. No. Okay. Socratic midwifery. Shit. Maybe I'll just have to do it myself. Wait, is it here? Socrates' midwife? No, this... Oh, damn. What the hell? No, damn. What the fuck? Sorry, you're gonna have to hear me go, that's not it for the next like 2-3 minutes because I came ill-prepared. It is what it is. Hey, frankly, this is the preparation stream, okay? Frankly, this is the stream where I'm supposed to prepare. For when I don't do that. Hey, you know what? I'll just do this. I'll just read this paper out for a bit. It has it has an introduction that is good enough. You didn't bookmark it? I didn't because I thought it'd be easy to look for. It was like the first page of Google results. I'm sorry. What am I trying to get across? I'm so glad you asked. So what is Socratic midwifery? What the fuck does it mean? What the hell is a midwife? And what the hell does it have to do with doctoration? Excellent questions from everyone. In Plato's Theaetetus, Socrates is... You motherfucker, put the fucking ad, put the page back. I swear to God. Put the goddamn page back. There's another... I'm pretty sure I don't have to read this, okay? If I wanted to read the damn thing. It's a preview? Okay, that's fine. I only need the preview. Can you see it? Okay, you can see it. In Plato's Theaetetus, Socrates is portrayed as a midwife of the intellect. The comparison of Socratic questioning to midwifery had until recently been commonly attributed to Socrates himself. In 1977, Bernier published Socratic Midwifery, Platonic Inspiration, which transformed the way in which the dialogue has been perceived. The author maintains that the midwife comparison is in no sense to be attributed to the historical Socrates. The view that the midwife figure is purely Platonic have been expressed before. No, shit, that's like the in-depth analysis of it. Sorry. That's not it. That's not it. This is the paper that This is the paper. This is the paper criticizing the paper. This is the... Damn. I can't find it. Socrates midwife. Maybe not midwifery, but midwife of ideas. Midwife is matchmaker? Is that it? Nope, not found. Nope. In thesis? Yeah. Nope. Dr. Maheshwari, PhD, site not secure. Okay, alright. We'll try again. It's okay. We'll get there. So, when I say education is not accessible and free, it's what I mean. You know, I'll just fucking read this Theaetetus to you, you know? Why don't I just goddamn read the Theaetetus? Okay, why don't I just read Plato's Theaetetus? Don't dox yourself. I'm trying not to. Okay. I'm gonna read this and I'm just gonna explain it, okay? Because I couldn't find the article from which people explained it. And even though I found you got access, no, this is not JSTOR, this is something else. This is some faculty from a university. So when I say knowledge and like when Ratio and I go like knowledge is inaccessible and is like a product of the elite and education isn't accessible and we need to change that, I fucking mean that shit, okay? Look how hard it is for me to find like a brief explanation of midwifery, of intellectual midwifery, a key concept in understanding Socrates and Plato. You got me fucked up. Sorry. Okay. I'll read this and then I'll explain, because you can read the text, but you can't get it, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense unless you have someone to explain it to you. I'm the one that's supposed to explain it to you, but I can't even explain it very well because I don't... Theaetetus. This is a play, okay? It's a dialogue, it's an exchange of ideas, okay? Would this make it easier? It's fucked. Give me a second. Okay, don't look at that. Okay, here we are. Socrates' midwife, excerpts from Plato's Theaetetus. These are just a few select excerpts from Plato's Theaetetus. This is a Platonic dialogue, okay? I'm going to read it to you, and it's going to be difficult to digest, but just hear me out and try to focus, okay? It's just a little bit. I've often set myself to study that problem about the nature of knowledge, but I cannot persuade myself that I can give any satisfactory solution or that anyone has ever stated in my hearing the sort of answer you require, and yet I cannot get the question out of my mind. That is because your mind is not empty or barren. You are suffering the pains of childbirth. Have you never heard that I am the son of a midwife, and that I practice the same trade? It is not known that I possess this skill, so the ignorant world describes me in another term, as an eccentric person who reduces people to hopeless perplexity. The only difference between my trade and that of midwives is that my patients are men, not women, and my concern is not with the body but with the soul that is experiencing birth pangs. And the highest achievement of my art is the power to try, by every test, to decide whether the offspring of a young man's thought is a false phantom or is something imbued with life and truth. I am like the midwife in that I cannot myself give birth to wisdom. The common reproach is true, that though I question others, I can myself bring nothing to light because there is no wisdom in me. Myself, I have no sort of wisdom, nor has any discovery ever been born to me as the child of my soul. Those who frequent my company at first appear, some of them, quite unintelligent, but as we go further with our discussion, some make progress at a rate that seems surprising to others as well as to themselves, although it is clear that they have never learned anything from me. The many admirable truths which they bring to birth have been discovered by themselves from within. The proof of this is that many, who have not been conscious of my assistance but have made light of me, thinking it was all their own doing, have left me sooner than they should, and then suffered miscarriage of their thoughts through falling into bad company. They lost the children of whom I had delivered them by bringing them up badly, caring more for false phantoms than for the true. Those who seek my company have the same experience as a woman giving birth. They suffer labor pains, and by night and day are full of distress. My art has a power to bring on these pains or alleviate them. And then later in the discussion, Thetis 157c. I cannot make out whether you are stating some ideas about the nature of knowledge as something you believe or merely testing me. Socrates, you forget that I know nothing of such matters and cannot claim to be producing any offspring of my own. I'm only trying to deliver yours, and to that end uttering charms over you and tempting your appetite with a variety of delicacies from the table of wisdom, until by my aid your unbelief shall be brought to light. Once that is done, I shall see whether it proves to have some life in it or not. Meanwhile, have courage and patience, and answer my questions bravely in accordance with your convictions. Further still, Theaetetus. Speaking of a conclusion Theaetetus has come to, may we say that this is your newborn child? Here at last, after our somewhat painful labor, is the child we have brought to birth. We must now look at our offspring from every angle, to make sure we are not taken in by a lifeless phantom. Can you bear to see him tested, and not be in a passion if your firstborn shall be taken away? Theodorus, the teacher of Theaetetus. Theaetetus will bear it, Socrates. He is thoroughly good-tempered, but do explain what is wrong with the conclusion. Socrates, you take me for a sort of bag full of arguments, and imagine I can easily pull out a proof to show that our conclusion is wrong. You don't see what's happening. The arguments never come out of me. They always come out of the person I'm talking with. I'm only at a slight advantage in having the skill to get some account of the matter from another's wisdom, and think of it with fairness. So I shall not give any explanation myself, but try to get it out of our friend. And finally, in this bit in the Theaetetus, right? If you can dispute this doctrine, do so, only do not conduct your questioning unfairly. Unfairness here consists in not observing the distinction between a debate and a conversation. A debate need not be taken seriously, and one may trip up an opponent to the best of one's power, but a conversation should be undertaken seriously. One should help out the other party and bring home to him only those slips and fallacies that are due to himself or to his earlier instructors. If you follow this rule, your associates will lay the blame for their confusions and perplexities on themselves, and not on you. They will like you and want your company. Disgusted with themselves, they will turn to philosophy, hoping to escape from their former selves and become different men. But if, like so many, you take the opposite course, you will reach the opposite result. Instead of turning your companions to philosophy, you will make them hate the whole business. That's Theaetetus. Okay, now, this is what I was looking for, I think, yeah. The excerpts. Or, this was one of the things I was looking for. This is not the thing. There was like an explanatory thing that I was looking for as well, but it didn't do a good job explaining. Now, what the fuck am I talking about? What the hell did I just say? This makes no sense. What I just read, right? In brief, and all you really need to know, especially in relation to Dr. Ratio, the Honkai Star Rail character, is intellectual midwifery, as is the skill name, is a very clear reference to Socratic midwifery. That's what they're talking about, okay? But what is Socratic midwifery then? You must be wondering to yourself, or not. Maybe you're not wondering this at all, and you just want me to, like, tell you about it, in which case, alright, whatever. But it's essentially the idea that Socrates sees himself as a midwife. What does that mean? What's a midwife? So a midwife is someone who helps give birth. And here he says, you know, but instead of helping women give birth, he helps men give birth. And no, this is not mpreg. This is like a sort of spiritual, like conceptual birthing of like a wisdom. Okay. Socrates, through his skill and his art as a midwife, in this philosophical sense, like in this intellectual sense, is helping his opponents, or like his, you know, his interlocutors, come to give birth to those ideas themselves, rather than him trying to give birth to the wisdom and then to give them the wisdom. That's not what he's doing. He's not giving people wisdom. He is helping people give birth to their wisdom. That's what he's doing. And there's a difference. There's a key difference. The key difference is, like, you know, maybe if you've been paying attention to the stream so far, somewhat obvious now the way I've explained it, right? The key is that this is, at least in relation to ratios like methodology and aspirations and goals and educative pursuits, the invoking of the person and their wisdom and their ability to make choices and to critically think for themselves. That's what Ratio's doing when he is being an intellectual midwife. He is using his skills as the midwife to help other people give birth to their ideas, their wisdom. Cat woke up with the vision of him. Ugh. No one mentioned it. You brought it up. Because I brought it up because you guys are all lost and you have no idea what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to like jangle the keys in front of you so you'll like listen to me, because this is kind of cool, is it not? It ties the whole thing together, doesn't it? Everything we've talked about so far in Ratio is interesting. This is the one philosophical concept that ties everything together now. It makes all of this well-rounded, and so that this is the thing that takes this fucking ridiculous caricature of a professor character from just a meme and just like, oh, he's a smart guy and the game tells us he's a smart guy and so I guess he's smart and he's got 11 PhDs and he says cogito ergo sum and he's got math calculations. That's so cool. No. It's not about that. That's not what it's about. The most philosophically interesting thing about him is that his characterization embodies this Socratic midwifery. It's like this is what makes him an interesting character. This is what makes him someone worth talking about. Okay? It's not just that he makes deep references or whatever. No. It's that he makes it's that he is a reference, but the reference is not just, oh, by the way, like cogito ergo sum, you heard of that? That's a philosophy term. No. It's like it is embedded into his whole character and how he relates to the story and the other characters too. Which we haven't even gone to, by the way. We haven't gone into his relationship with Aventurine, his relationship with the Trailblazer, his relationship with the IPC, his part to play in the Penacony story. And frankly, I am not prepared to talk about that today. And I think that's maybe like something I'll talk about eventually in the future. But for now, it's like, this is the main thing. This is the last thing. This was it. I have nothing else to say about Ratio other than this. And I saved this towards the end because this is the thing that ties it all together. But it's also kind of the most like amount of classwork you're going to have to do. Everything else, I was just kind of chilling. We were all just collectively fanboying and fangirling over like an anime character. But this is the bit that's kind of like, I have to bring you through the 101. The LDR Socrates invented Mpreg. I guess if you want it, if it helps you remember it. I'm listening. The Mpreg mention broke me from my train of thought. My apologies, Lucy. Love HSR's attention to detail. At the end of the day, Ratio's a giver through and through, and he definitely impregnates Aventurine. Oh, you got me there. Okay. Pregnant Ratio. Okay, all right, whatever. Okay, but you get the point. Okay, you're making jokes, but you get it, right? Okay, if I bring you back here, so the next time someone's asking you what intellectual midwifery means when you're looking at the Honkai Star Rail skill page of a character, and like, you know, you're not like, it seems kind of weird. That's what this is in reference to. And it's cool to know this reference, not just because, oh, it's a cool reference about my fixation. No. It's also because it's an interesting philosophical concept that is useful in knowing just in general, but especially in the context of knowing Dr. Ratio, who is a character very, very, very much heavily inspired by Greek philosophy, especially Socrates. Okay, like this is super cool stuff, but also really interesting. That's it. That's it. Okay, everything else is like, you know, fun and interesting as well, but this is the thing that a lot of people have no idea about, that I feel like I have some authority on speaking on because I have 2 philosophy degrees. It's this concept of, you know, like, he's not instilling wisdom in you. He's not, Ratio isn't giving you anything. He's not spreading knowledge and shit by like giving you trivia and answers. He's doing so by helping with his like almost artful skill, making you solve the problem or guiding you to you solving the problem yourself, which is why his involvement in a lot of things in the story, be it the little mini quest in the Herta space station, but also the big parts of Penacony with Aventurine as well, are a sort of guidance. It's a sort of like bringing either the Trailblazer or Aventurine through this hurdle of like a self-actualization, a self-overcoming. It's beautiful, and it's selfless, and it is like it is a passionate love for humanity. That's what that is. And that is like, that is the essence of this character. That is the essence of this character. And people are not going to get this. Okay, frankly speaking, people are not going to get it because they cooked too hard with Dr. Ratio, I think, with some bits of Ratio. And consequently, what people think about when they think of Ratio is they think of bathtub and rubber ducky and smug mathematician. And those are all like parts of him, but that's not like, you know, you're not getting it. You're not getting the fucking the meat of the character. This is the meat of the character. And it's profound and delightful. Thanks for telling us all about your autistic hyperfixation. Okay, no problem. Anytime. Issues an enabler. Anytime. Well, thank you for telling us about your number one. Yeah. They looked too hard and didn't let him appear in the story for like 7 patches. Yeah, they did. I'm so sad that he's not in anything, but it will not deter my love for this character. Okay, I love this character so much. He's just like me for real. Sorry. Anyways, that's like, yeah, that's Dr. Ratio. It's fine to like, you know, talk about his other things, traits, and perhaps very attractive physical appearance, but like I do want to stress that the most interesting bit with him is that he actually has he represents an interesting philosophical concept. I wouldn't say it's the most difficult philosophical concept to grasp ever, but it's also not like entry level. Like, it's easy to get confused. And I hope that what I have talked about just now has helped clear up that confusion. Us, our, remember to use collective pronouns when talking about our husband. Alright. He's not my husband. I think that'd be a little weird, because it would be a little like... He's a bit too much like me to be my husband. I'm sorry, Ratio. How is intellectual midwifery different conceptualization? Conceptualization is like I'm assuming the definition here because I'm not sure what exactly it is, so correct me if I'm wrong. But it's like, that's the subjective process of oneself. Like, you are conceptualizing. Intellectual midwifery is the skill of the person who is not doing the thinking or not doing the conceptualizing. Like the conceptual, you conceptualize, but not everyone can be an intellectual, or like intellectual midwifery is an art. It's like a difficult, it's a profound philosophical maneuver. Conceptualization is just something we all do, or we are all encouraged to do, like in a way that is subjective. It's the positive version of Socratic irony. It's not positive or negative. They're the same thing. It's not like two sides of a coin. It's the same. But I guess that's like a way to put it, maybe. It's the drawing out of the person, I guess. So Socratic irony is one of the techniques in his midwifery, maybe. How I would put it in a sentence. Midwifery is the top that no, it's not. That's not what it is. It's not what it is. Exactly. Whatever. You know what I mean. You get what I'm saying, okay? I'm not qualified enough to give a lecture on Plato, unfortunately, but I am qualified enough to
But
tell you
Socratic
about
irony would imply that the
is.
person would act clueless. No. Ratio doesn't necessarily do that, does he?
So that's why Ratio is Socratic in some sense, and he's ironic in some sense, but he is not engaging in irony the same way that Socrates does. So that's a good observation. It's a good comment, right? It's not like Socratic irony implies the person acts clueless. It's more like Socratic irony is characterized by Socrates' insistence on being clueless and ignorant and not knowing anything. Ratio does something similar, but not quite the same. Because Ratio does a thing where he calls himself a Mundanite in his, like, later years. And it's ironic because his achievements are anything but mundane. His, like, intellect and his talent are anything but mundane. But the fact that he calls himself that, it sounds a bit ironic. The cables. So, no, but that's a really important and good distinction. Thank you, Lucy, for the comment. It's a good question. So Ratio doesn't act clueless, but he does engage in playful irony in some way. It's not Socratic irony in the strictest sense, but it is ironic, and he is very Socratic. He's Socratic and he's ironic, but he's not ironic in a Socratic sense. He kind of does. You can see this in both Ratio standing back when handling Rame's creations, as well as during the Scrollum quest when he guides Trailblazer. It's not... Okay, when he does in the Scrollum bit, yes, he does kind of feign ignorance for the sake of engaging his interlocutors at the time. That's true. I forgot about that. So, never mind. But in other times, sometimes he's doing it, sometimes he's not doing it. But he does do that sometimes. He does engage in... So you're right in pointing that out. I totally forgot about that. He does pretend to be ignorant. In order to invoke you as the Trailblazer's like critical thinking of the situation. He doesn't act like he's clueless, but he kind of goes like, what do you think the answer is? Like, it's not about what I think, it's about what you think, right? The point isn't for you to get, like, isn't for the answer to be given from me to you, but the point is for you to get that answer in your own, for you to give birth to the answer. Right? Does it when it's convenient? No, he does it when it's necessary. Not quite the same thing. Anyways, that's like who he is, you know. But yeah, he does do that. He does engage in a bit of Socratic irony sometimes. He does do that. It's very clear that that's where his inspirations are drawn. And I want to say that it's not just that he mimics and copies, or like the writers just kind of when like, oh, we're gonna write a character that's kind of like Socrates, and he's gonna make funny jokes about I know that I know nothing, and the unexamined life is not worth living, and I'm going to drink hemlock. Let's add funny Socrates references to him. No. They from the ground up built a character whose philosophy is inspired by Socrates, but who is not like just a walking reference machine. Like, he is actually his own character. Yeah. Is these moves in the battlefield? Sure. Alright. How do you see it? How can you see it? Oh, there's a new MOC. Oh, there's a new thing as well.
Learned Doctor, I hope that both of us find the truth.
Oh my god, it's kind of laggy, sorry. Is my game lagging? Is my game lagging? I don't think my auto battling is doing very well. This is a poor demonstration, actually. Never mind.
Trinity is before me.
Sorry.
Doubt farewell. Watch over you. Guide you on your path.
Knowledge, the measure of truth.
And knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
0 points.
Yeah, he sucks, kind of. He's so slow. He's a lot better with Sunday on the team, but goddamn, man.
Bust.
Is there like a single target demonstration I could do? It wouldn't be with a Sunday, because I don't have a Sunday. And Sunday makes him a lot better. Okay, that's shit. Okay, yep. Yep, okay. Yep, okay. Yep, okay. Oh, never mind. That's shit too. Alright, all my artifacts are garbage. It is what it is. There you go. That's the ratio demonstration. Yeah. Aim. I could do MOC. I could do a little bit of MOC. You know what? Let's fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do a bit. Let's do it. Why not? As a treat. Since everyone sat through my brief explanation of intellectual midwifery, I guess maybe we can do a little bit of gameplay now. Which one's single target? These are all kind of like multi-targets. I'll put ratio on here. None of them are really single targets since cast and an axe drop. Yeah, I know. It sucks, but it is what it is. I could put an axe here instead of Jade, but whatever.
Let's wring them dry.
I think my Jade is more invested.
Take a look. This is pure gene. There's a good child. Do as you're told.
Isn't your UI kind of shit? No, the UI is good. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you mean. What are you saying?
Bending the rules. I don't have time for games.
Come on.
Open sesame. Curiosity. Endless riddle. Nothing but a
This is so loud, dude. What?
Time for a lesson.
Got him.
Bad. Expand your thinking. What a crime.
That doesn't kill it? That's fucked.
There's no backing up now. For me or you.
Should I heal? No. Does that kill it? It doesn't kill it? Are you kidding me? Ratio fucking sucks. Wait, no, Ratio's not even on this side. Never mind, I can't even blame him. I shouldn't have done that, I think. That's a mistake, I think.
Curiosity. Endless.
It's fine.
Nothing but a boy.
Is this going? Yes, it's at 2 times speed. It's not supposed to look a max or video, no. I can't hear my thoughts. Give me a second. That was wasted. That was a bad move. I shouldn't have done that. Anyone who plays HSR endgame knows that I fucked that up really badly. But it's okay. That's so ass.
Give an inch and open sesame.
My dot team could never reach enough damage for you in a 5-cycle clear. I feel it.
Feeling lucky.
Oh.
Sound lingers.
For the theater of the mediocre. Crow for their stealth.
I feel it.
Oh. Every petal. All will be swept away by the wind.
Eye on the blade.
Don't try to demonstrate. Doctor Ratio. That's actually good. I don't know if I'll be able to though. That was okay. Oh.
There's more to life.
Sure, I'll play along. Time to reap. You cannot hide. It's on me.
Does that dude still stay here? That's annoying. Okay, there we are. I think we focus Stormbringer first.
Or maybe I'll take it off. SAS per Kippy.
SAS per Kippy.
The measure of truth.
To be is to be perceived. We know that now from our research. He's just fucking dead. Alright, I couldn't even use the second stack. You know what, maybe it's not so bad. I know this is just floor 9, but still.
Every petal. All will be swept away by the wind.
Your answers?
Oh shit, that kills, okay. Oh, you know what? That's not so bad. That's not so bad after all. My tea's gone cold, I wonder why. Okay, the problem is if I play Dot with them as well. Lance of Fury. Oh, okay. Lance of Fury. We can play Dot on this side. Trouble is just figuring out what the fuck to do here. Maybe I'll play Ting Yun. Maybe Ting Yun will be fine. Do I have Dancing Stance on her? I do. How much speed do I have? 160. Oh, that's rough. I don't have one more speed, though. I don't have one more speed to spare on her. I'm just gonna live with 160. Okay. Dot won't be able to clear floor 12, but it can clear floor 10, okay? It can. Where's Ron May? There she is. What is this? Yeah, floor 10. Okay, you won't be able to clear 12, but you'll be able to clear 10. Okay, you will. Look. Watch. You'll at least be able to do that much.
A foreboding sound lingers. Does that hurt? Existence is unity. Oh. Stand still. Every petal.
It's still just as good as a year ago, you know, just as good. No, no falling off here.
May as well kill them all.
I'm sure. I'm not. I'm sure.
Relax. Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
The cope.
Okay, okay. Not too bad, not too bad. I think we focus Svarog.
What do you want to know?
I can skill here.
Memories
Do this.
Stand still.
Grace and elegance. Eternal.
We need to skill here. The dinosaur just kills itself is not a fair comparison. I mean, like, it is floor 10 MOC, so it's not, you know, unreasonable to say that this is a performance worth. It's not like terrible, but you know, fuck.
Say bye to breathing.
You have the toxic Yuri couple. You're gonna have to be more specific. That is not specific enough.
Relax. There's more to life. Every petal. All will be swept away.
Oh, Akaswan. Yeah, I do. Acheron's not doing so hot either, but it would probably do better than DOT, I think.
May as well kill them all. Destiny is apparent.
Okay, he's dead for sure. I do this.
Stand still.
Heal.
Destiny's hand has truly blessed me.
You're not gonna fucking do this shit now, are you? Okay, no, he's dead.
Memories are ever beneath the water lies an endless abyss. Good times, time to say bye. Boom.
Hey, you know what? Floor 10. Oh shit. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Feeling lucky.
Cool it.
For the theater of the mediocre. Fight changes with changelessness.
Let's see. Do you hit? Hold on. I think you hit this
Going
guy.
into this with Aventurin is definitely a choice.
Is it not good? I actually don't know what Lance of Fury does. I've been clearing MOC. Like, it's not like I haven't been able to clear. I have actually cleared every MOC since, like, I don't know, the third or fourth patch of the game. I've been able to consistently clear all endgame. But barely. It drains HP, no? Does it? I don't remember, actually. It might. I don't remember. If it does, then we can race it. We can damage race it, I'm sure. I have faith in my ratio. I'm asking questions. Answer me. 0 points.
SAS, knowledge, the measure of truth, and falsehood. Time to cannot
Oh shit, that just... Okay, okay, okay.
Your answers?
Please follow up. Thank you.
Fire the blade. There's no time to lose.
What's he doing? I forgot what they do. I gotta be real with you. I forgot what they do.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
Ding, 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 ding.
Watch your head. I'm asking
Jackpots. Classroom noises. That's really what the characters are reduced to, huh? Aren't they? Once you get past the intricacies of their character.
Welcome, customers.
Do I want to? Yeah, okay, I want to do this.
Fight as one.
And then I want to do this. I want to E. And then do this, and then do this. Yeah, that's what I want. Oh, it doesn't have imaginary weakness. That would be troubling. Would it? We'll see. Okay, that's pretty good. That's not too bad. Moses has no armor left. That might be a problem. Can you hear me over the insanely loud sound effects of the game, by the way? Does nobody hear anything? This is immediately a regretful decision I've made to bring ratio on this side. This is actually doomed. I have failed like floor 11 or floor 10 or something. It's audible? Okay.
It's on me. Your answers?
What the hell is this again? Man. Oh shit, I don't have enough skill points. I miscounted my skill points. It's over. Oh wait, no, I have one turn left for Tingyun, never mind. I miscounted my miscounting.
Hedge your bets. SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Time to
Wait, we implanted imaginary weakness on him, did we? That's good. Okay, maybe we are actually cooking. Maybe we are actually cooking.
The dice have been bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
It's just very brain numbing when you hear it. Okay. That's fine. This is the gameplay. It's supposed to be very brain numbing, and it's supposed to stand in stark contrast to all the shit we were doing just now. It is what it is.
I'm asking questions. SAS Perkibi.
Did I like throw this down on my own? Shadow, what does it do again? I've never actually read what it does. Conquer on removal. The giver master of legions that conquered Ratio's soul and will take hundreds or more damage from Ratio's attacks. After being defeated by targets, the spell conquered on Dr. Ratio. Wait, what? After being defeated by targets, the spell conquered on Ratio. Where's conquered? Decreases maximum restorable HP by 47%. You can reclaim a tested spirit by attacking the conqueror be conquered corresponding to this unit. What do you gain from this again? You will take 100% more damage from Ratio's attacks. So shouldn't I just ignore this and go straight for him? Straight for his body because he'll take more damage? Does that make any sense what I just said? Damage taken decreases by 30% when stacks reaches 0, action is delayed, and this unit immediately loses a certain amount of HP. Regenerates energy for all targets and spells Titanic Corpus. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell you're supposed to do. If you defeat it, then it just gives you a damage boost. It gives you your health. It gives you your health back. I know that. This makes no goddamn sense. I'm just gonna drop. I'm gonna drop the thing on him and ignore the other things. I'm dropping the fucking marble column on his ass.
Time to reap.
A thousand wonders to raise, fight as one.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth.
Doesn't make much of a difference. Yeah, I kind of just auto through with my meta characters and it works out. I really have no idea what I'm doing. But I don't need to because I've optimized my builds enough that my lack of understanding of the game's mechanics or the new boss mechanics is fine because I understand the game mechanics enough to know what to do.
I'm asking questions.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Time to
Oh. Okay, so it took like 5-6 cycles. But you can clear with dot. You can clear with dot and ratio on like floor 10, which is very different from the other floors, but you can do it with the lineup that's specifically tailored towards the dot setup. I'm not coping. And you'll get most of the J's that way too. Yeah. What's next? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. You're not clearing this with dot. With Hule. And then the Flame Reaver? What even are you supposed to do with this guy? I just bring out Herta and then I slam his like shadow clones whenever he spawns. That's all I know. But beyond that, I have no clue how you're supposed to play it. Anyways, that's not the point. I've showed off ratio and I have now gone ahead and even tested his abilities in the game and shown you how the gameplay, the mind-numbing gameplay has nothing to do with the discussion and discourse we've had the past like 3-4 hours. Literally nothing. Literally nothing to do with it. Oh my god, I forgot to explain his Eidolons. Pride comes before fall, and divine in the details, know thyself, ignorance is blight, sic itur ad astra, vincit omnia veritas. It's not, none of these are philosophically charged, I think. They're all just kind of like phrases that intellectuals use, from what I remember. So there's nothing to explain here. Is the lazy way I'm explaining it, okay? Another 5 hours? No. I'm like, maybe I'll go over it briefly in the video I do, but there's nothing really philosophical about what he says here. The last two are Latin. It's just, I'm not sure. I think they're, yeah, this is Latin. I just don't remember what it meant exactly. Really interesting. God damn. It's a Latin phrase that translates to "thus one journeys to the stars," or "thus is the way to the stars." Such is the way to immortality. Interesting. So Ad Astra is like to the stars, and then Sikichu is like, you know. It has this, the phrase has its origins with Virgil, who wrote it in his Aeneid. Okay. Yeah, is an ancient Roman poet in the Augustan period. That's the phrase originates from him. You know what that is from collecting my dailies in Genshin? Me too. But such is the journey to the stars. I think it's like, yeah, immortality was mentioned as one of the translations of it. It's just kind of like, this is the way to this is the way to perfection. Maybe you could think of it that way. Is it omnia veritas? What does that mean? Or vincit? I don't know. Veritas. Veritas is truth. We know that much. Truth conquers all. Yeah. Okay. Truth conquers all. Yeah. And it's a double meaning because it's like truth conquers all in the sense of like, it's his pursuit, his idealistic pursuit of truth, but also like that's his name is like Veritas conquers all. So that's literally he's saying like, you know, he conquers everything in his E6. It's funny because E6 doesn't make him conquer everything. E6 makes him a usable unit now in today's meta. Because holy shit, the power creep is so real. And without E4's energy regen talent, like, you need Sunday, or else he's not even functional. Or like Ting Yun is a close like substitute, so that's why the team worked okay. But Ting Yun is frankly like, you know, the budget option for if you don't have Sunday. And I don't have Sunday because I lost my 50-50. But you know what? I also have an Axa, and I could, and I feel like I could do another 10-hour stream talking about Anaxa, but I haven't actually played the story yet, so I have no idea what I would talk about actually, beyond the fact that he's the new scholar and I like him. But I do have him, and he is safe and secure in my bank account, in my like Star Rail account. I don't know why I was gonna say that. His build's not very good, but it is what it is. Do I have anything for him? Nope. No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Alright. Two. Damn it. What about this one? Fuck. Alright, whatever. Oh, it's terrible. All of his... Oh, wait, hold on. This might be good. This might be good. Hold on, guys. It's not good anymore. But it might still actually be good, though. It sucks. It fucking sucks. Do I have another one? Do I have another one that would stand any chance? No, they're all attack boots. I need speed boots, though. I think I need speed boots on them, or else it won't work. Oh, fuck. Inactive on crit damage? Yes. Yes, he is. Because, like, he has, doesn't he have crit rate in some of his shit? I actually don't know what he does. What does he do?
You're still streaming? I'm going to work and you're still streaming? BTW hi chat.
Yes, I'm still streaming. I need to talk about... Yeah, maybe I should build crit rate. I think I'm an idiot. I think I'm an idiot. Because I get 12% crit rate with Izumo, so I was thinking that's enough crit rate, right? Like, that would be 72. But maybe you want, like, a crit... chest plate. A crit rate. Chest plate instead. From the 140 crit damage you gain. I don't know. Honestly, probably. What are my crit rate options, actually? Honestly, it just depends on how my stats are. Crit rate. Wait, that's like way better, isn't it? No, it's not way better. It's a little better. It gives me a good amount of speed. That's not much better. That's whatever. That's whatever. That's whatever. That's whatever. Wait. Or is it? Is it? Or is it? Wait. Okay, that's ass. Could this be good? No, no, it couldn't. What about this one? Could this be good? No, I figured it wouldn't be. This sucks. This fucking sucks. I hate. If I do crit rate, wouldn't that overcap? That would overcap, wouldn't it? It would overcap on crit rate. So I kind of need crit damage, and I just need crit rate subs to balance it out. It's okay. His crit rate's high enough. He does enough hits that it balances out. Anyways, that's my Anaxa build. I don't know why it matters, because it was supposed to be about Dr. Ratio this stream.
For the theater of the mediocre.
So I feel like, okay, now that I'm thinking about it, working crit rate in battle is like 100. Okay, fuck. Maybe I do need to do it. Fuck. Okay. But, whatever. My Anaxa build doesn't matter. My Anaxa build doesn't matter. It's not about him. It's not about this scholar today. It's about another scholar today. Is the second DR. It's like, it's not, but he's not him. He's not the same. He is not him, okay? He is not him. Unless he is him. But I haven't actually given him a chance because I don't know what he does. And I haven't gone to that part of the story yet. So don't spoil me. I'm going to play Anaxa, and then maybe I'll do another stream where I talk about Anaxa for like 6 hours. We'll see. But there's only one Dr. Ratio in my heart, and that's him. There are more things to say about Ratio, of course. The notable stuff is his interactions with other characters and stories, mainly in Penacony and such. There's also, like, stuff you can talk about in relation to the ships. Well, it's not really ships. It's just one ship. It's a ship with Aventrine. And how that, like... The rational mathematician and gambler dynamic is so, like, satisfying to, I suppose, bear witness to and, like, ship with each other. You can certainly talk about that, but I think that doesn't really, that reaches less into Ratio's philosophy and more his characterization. And his characterization I can talk for a long time too, but for the purposes of me being the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, I think the philosophy is just Fujoshiing out. Yeah, hard can instantly conceive. Yeah. No decorum here? Come on, everyone. No decorum. We're all just gonna look at him disrespectfully and drool violently. Can we not at least talk about his noble intellectual pursuits? Everyone, no. Here for the chip talking. All right, whatever. That's it. That's everything I have for a Doctor Ratio stream today. I noticed there's a lot more people now that are free to like watch. But if you wanted to hear me yap about it earlier, please go check out the VOD, I guess. Or not. You can do what you want. I can thirst out your character while also acknowledging the complexities. I know, I'm not saying you can't. It's just like, you know, a little bit of decorum, little bit. Come on. Whatever. Thank you for joining me in my analysis of Ratio. I'm pretty tired. Wait, fuck, I need to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow? Dude, you have no idea how screwed I am. I think I've got like 4 hours of sleep until I gotta wake up. You probably continue lurking until fixations are tickled again. I'm just gonna fucking go away now. I gotta go away. Thank you everyone for joining me. Maybe I will talk about Ratio again. I will talk about, you know what? I will talk about Dr. Ratio again. If anyone asks me, I will just start talking about it. I must. I have to. I hope everyone learned a little bit, at least something. And if you didn't learn anything at all, I hope that at least it was entertaining. Just try to watch me explain something that's difficult to explain. That's all.
I am Dr. Ratio, a scholar and teacher of
That's not the one. Hold on.
You look distressed. Is something troubling you? If so, you can figure it out for yourself.
That's the one. Yep, that's the one. If something's troubling you, I think you should figure it out for yourself. I learned that season 2 AOT is your favorite season. It's not, but it's like, it's good. It's not my favorite though. My favorite is probably season 4. Yeah. My favorite is the sequence of the arc in the anime where they played the rumbling theme song. That's my favorite part. Alright, I'll see everyone off.